frozen reaches of Icewind Dale, in the shadow of the spine of the world, lie the 10 Towns. A safe haven for the outcast and downtrodden, but at a cost. Life in the 10 Towns is harsh. The wind is cruel and cold as some of the people who call this place home. It's been at least 2 years since the frostmaiden stole the sun and the last bit of warmth from this place. You can still find kind faces and warm cider, but I fear they're getting more few and far in between as the months go on. We've never heard back from the people who try to leave, braving the mountain pass to escape the rime. Not that I would be in much of a letter-writing mood if I chose to run either. Hunger and isolation does things to weak minds. I've heard neighborhood boys talking of whispers coming from the mountains before slipping out into a storm and never returning. There's certainly more to this place than mead and cold, but I doubt those simpletons could grasp it. Perhaps they got caught up in those crazed sacrifices that have obviously yielded no results. At the end of the day, whether you're a thief, sell sword, noble knight, or a runaway, we're all equal in the north. Cold bites us all just the same. It's been many years since the companions of the Hall began their legacy in the 10 Towns of Icewind Dale. Many adventurers still find themselves pulled to test their mettle against the harsh winter landscape that the North offers. Every story has a beginning, and this is ours. Let us hope that these would-be heroes find unity more beneficial than isolation and secrecy. Let us hope that we all manage to survive the Icewind Dale rime of the frostmaiden. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We are here. That was, yes. Welcome to It's Sunday, and we're here playing Icewind Dale Rime of the Frostmaiden. I am Paradox, and I'm joined by my friends and fellow adventurers.
I'm Shivers. I play Neela, the Dragonborn fighter.
I am Texas Deviant. I'm playing Art, the wizard.
And I'm Westfield, and I'm playing Latin, the barbarian.
Fantastic. Everyone's sounding great.
Good.
One step closer to everything launching perfectly. Oh, what happened last time on D&D, y'all? As we're kind of getting everything warmed up here, getting the goblins and the mines working.
Where did we start in the beginning of this?
We were about to fight some crag cats.
We fought some crag cats. All right, What did we do next?
We beat the crag cats, and then we were like, hey, almost dead person. And he's like, my friends, they're up the mountain. They got attacked by a yeti, who we also think maybe caused the avalanche. And so we're like, okay, cool, we gotta go rescue them. And he's like, take me with you. Fine, and we took him with us. Yeah. And then we went up to the cave, and we're like, he's probably in this cave. There's this yeti in this cave. And we went in there, and we found the dead...
we found the trophy hall.
We found the dead Goliath guy. Yeah. And then we snuck in further, and we found the halfling cleric was in there, and she was being beat up by the little baby yeti. And then we just distracted the yetis and whisked her out of there, and also retrieved the trophy of the dead barbarian and
his head.
And then we gave him a funeral, and then we went up further to search for the tiefling, and we found her frozen to death at the top of the mountain, along with a miner who would, like a pickaxe miner, up there who would. Next to a chasm that stopped you from getting to the top of the mountain. And then we decided to come back down the mountain. Then we met up with Fen, who is an osprey, who Latin knows. And then we...
Just a type of bird, right?
Yeah. And we got some rations and some pelts and furs and teats and stuff. From the crag cats, and then we went back down to the town and we sold all that stuff. And then we investigated the murderer man who we've been searching after, Sephek Caltro. And we were poking around, and we
made a scene at a bar.
We made a scene at a bar. Well, you tailed the man, and then he found out that you were tailing him, and it's like, hey, I'm the murderer. meet me outside the city at this particular chapter.
Catch me outside. How about that?
We're like, oh, well, that's interesting. Okay. And I yelled at a armored tiefling man, and that was the
just the captain of the guard.
the
Captain of the Guard of Targos.
And then that's pretty much where we ended, right? As you were in the barn with Sephek Caltro, and we were leaving the bar. No, we were making rooms at the inn and then leaving.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Also, along that way, you had found out that you've got a potion of invisibility.
I do, yeah.
Yes, got a potion of invisibility out of the wizard's belongings. Asterix, the tiefling, who you found frozen. Alrighty. And was there anything else for the start? Were you wanting to make an announcement? Because you have an event coming up.
Oh yeah, I do. But before that, one of my favorite little bits of finding out that Sephek Caltro, how he said it, was he was just like, "You're not going to find any ledgers of the murders over there. The answer to your question is yes, it was me that did it." They were dodging the sacrifices.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Deep dig.
He's like, I am blessed by Oral. You better be giving your sacrifices to Oral. And then these people died in sacrifices. And he's like, well, I'm good. At least that's his explanation. Which doesn't really change much for me, but
I think that context is pretty important.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do outside of D&D for this entire week. Texas Deviant and Texas Tibbers, myself, are going to be streaming per the usual. We have maybe some new games and stuff that we'll be playing, some Valentine's Day oriented or co-op oriented stuff, but most importantly, all subs, bits, and donations that are given to our streams are going directly towards domestic violence awareness and charity. There's a charity that we've chosen called the Family Place, where they do a whole bunch of work within shelters and rehousing. But most importantly, my favorite thing why we chose them is because they don't just do families and kids and individuals that are in between, houses and stuff like that. They also handle pets. They have specific facilities that you don't have to get rid of your pets. They will foster your pets for you while you're in transition, which is really important and one of the things that makes it really hard to get out of domestic violence situations. So yeah, we're all bits, subs, and donations will go directly to that charity for the entire week, which is really cool. Also, we're opening up our merch store, and every item purchased, $5 of that item will go towards the charity also.
Indeed. Oh.
Very high.
Start of session.
Happy Valentine's.
Yeah.
Card.
Start of session card. Yes,
Lots
I have a
of love.
card. For those of you who are new here, one of the things that I'm trying to do is I got these wonderful, beautiful cards from the dice deck that I bought from I believe it's just the Wizards official dice set and box. But they all come with quotes from Drizzt, and I am the party Drizzt fanboy. That's the secret that I drew.
It's a well-known secret.
A very well-known secret.
I want that to be one of the secret options.
It is one of the secret options.
I'm so glad I did not roll that secret.
I wanted to see if someone rolled it, but no one did.
I don't know what I would have done.
This one is right here. We're talking about the 10-towners. I see much of my own path mirrored through I see much of my own path through life mirrored in the first settlers of 10 towns. They traveled here in search of peace, both in their souls and their surroundings, seeking anonymity and new beginnings, closing one chapter and starting another, or in some cases, rewriting their histories entirely. Others fled the laws of their homeland to find a place where such laws did not exist, where only nature's law reigns. Today, those journeys are told as stories around the hearth. Generations have passed and their descendants have adapted to the far north. 10-towners are stalwart, resourceful, and hard-working. They're at once suspicious and accepting, merciless and gracious. all manner of tempers living and surviving as one community. This icebound place has faced countless threats over the past 400 years, but 10 towns endure, as does its people. I wonder what Drist would think if he saw things as they were right now. I think he's technically still alive out there somewhere.
Also, I have inspiration. Who else has inspiration?
I think
I use
your
inspiration.
Yep.
I need to use mine so that I can be re-given one.
And we are all full HP and long rested currently.
Mm-hmm. I believe you are all straight chilling on the long rest action.
And those 3 magic items that we just got, and all the gold that Matt is in the bag of holding.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Like the favor that we did for the nobles, and so now we're like on our way to nobility.
You might be getting. Nope, I don't think that was all
okay.
in the loot pile.
We control the recap. We control the story.
No, I don't know. I got this handy dandy notes channel in the Discord that.
Quick! Add some more notes.
So yeah, let's getting things started. You guys are currently you just had your interaction with Sephek at the like kind of barn area, and you guys had called it. Basically, you had gotten a room and moved up for the night, I believe, correct? In the Luskan Arms.
I go to the Luskan Arms where I left my friends and said, "Hey, we got something to talk about."
Mm-hmm.
What do we have to talk about?
He did it.
Dude, we should do something about that.
Oh man.
We go.
Do you guys have any particular plan of attack? He gave you a location that was about 2 miles to the south of the Targos main gate.
I just like this idea that there's going to be this weird time in between where both he and we are just going to be trudging through the snow for 2 miles, almost overlapping each other.
I mean, he's pretty comfortable. I don't know about you guys, but
Solid point.
You guys get geared up and donning your winter clothes and heading out. On your way out of the inn, there's no one in the main foyer of the inn any longer. They've all kind of moved on with their nights. As you know, the speaker, whose name I remember, Max Sildinar.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a good name,
Good
strong
job.
name. Max Sildinar, the speaker, does live here at the Luskan Arm, so he's already retired for bed. Torg and the head of the guard, who knows?
They went out, right? Except for
no, they shoot us away so that they could have the conversation in the.
the actual guard.
Torg's bodyguards, they went out on town for the night. Their shifts were over, and Torg is considered to be formidable enough to hold her own. She doesn't actually need bodyguards, but she likes having people around to do her dirty work, sort of thing. Plus, with the leader of the town.
Oh, that's right. You tried to get a job again with her, and she says she doesn't rehire.
I did not say that I wanted the job.
She specifically told you that she doesn't rehire failures. Yeah.
Thank you, Lily. Yes, got our game swapped.
Perfect. Thank you, Lily.
Yeah, so you guys get loaded up and start heading out into the snow. It's getting towards kind of the later part of day. Of course, it is always pitch black here, except for the 4 hours in the morning where the aurora is in the sky. But you guys are kind of getting to the later part of the adventuring day, but you had a relatively relaxed day, so you're not necessarily pushing through exhaustion or anything like that. Making your way to the south gate. It is lightly guarded as usual. People here in Targos are pretty laissez-faire about actually guarding the gate. Just having a gate is usually enough to deter the majority of bad things that would happen. There's no wolves roaming the streets or anything like that.
What about werewolves?
Making anyway, we're talking about other things right now.
Before we go, I won't be able to catch him off guard.
Hmm?
Are we going to be sneaky?
No, I think we owe him a conversation first. He seemed to be wanting to have a conversation. I don't necessarily see this as a death sentence.
Well, does it have to be all of us that have a conversation? Or could one of us be lurking in the dark? We do have a potion of invisibility. We could use it to our advantage. From what I can judge, his martial prowess seems a bit intimidating.
I mean, I think I'm the best one suited to being the one that doesn't appear, but he would be expecting me there.
If I simply say we were sent by art, I'm sure he will assume.
He also seems to have a really uncanny ability to spot things in the dark. I don't know that there would be some place to hide him effectively.
Seeing things in the dark is different than being able to see the invisible.
True. I don't know. I think if I were in his position, I would expect to see me, and if I didn't see me, then I would know something was up.
Or we could just make you invisible.
He knows there's 3 of us, right?
He did see the 3 of us.
Well, if you just want to take him head on, that's completely fine with me. I just wanted to give you the out.
We've killed things before.
I'm killing him.
That's what you're making it sound like.
I think subduing someone and...
I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news.
You don't have anyone to turn him into.
Or subjugation isn't really something these people do well. No offense.
Also, just as a memory note, the Lynn who had hired you had specifically asked you not to turn him into the authorities and instead be judge, jury, and executioner in this trial.
That too. Did you hear the omnipresent voice that just reminded us that we have to kill him?
Thank you.
Garrett runs off into the
I knew it!
That's what she meant by that.
Yeah. Well, so our job from Lynn was to kill the person responsible for the murders. We understand who's responsible for the murders. There's the opposing side of things. Like, I mean, yes, it's kind of crass, but I mean, you're honor bound, right? The honor bound portion of this system is that they should honor the sacrifices.
But get into trouble for taking his life.
He's a murderer.
Does anyone else in the town believe that he's a murderer?
I don't know whether it matters. We should kill him. Right?
I mean, Torg will be out.
It'd be the right thing to do, right?
Yes, we will see.
I think we need to have a conversation with him.
Temple is shaking. Why not?
What's it mean?
As
It was me.
you guys kind of wrapping up your conversation and you're trudging through the snow towards the south, the area to the south of Targos is largely, as a lot of these areas are, kind of just open, hilly tundra. The area of Icewind Dale are more spotted with hills than you would normally expect. Although you guys currently only are able to only see out a certain amount of distance due to the lighting situation, but the terrain does kind of ebb and flow a little bit like waves. And are you guys traveling with a torch lit, or
Yeah.
traveling with a torch?
Do you have dark vision?
Good to note.
Yeah, but should travel with a torch. I feel like in general in this place.
Yeah, grayscale, even though everything is all white, is still pretty treacherous, I would think.
Mm-hmm. One of the kind of aspects of it is, since your dark vision is in grayscale, or depending on who you ask, largely very similar to like a ultraviolet or like a heat infrared kind of vision. Your ability to actually like navigate where you're walking just off of dark vision, it's very possible, but it's a lot easier to do if you just like had a torch lit or something like that.
Also, if you see everything in black and white, and then there's white snow and black sky, and then you're trying to spot somebody, like it might be a little blended in with the surroundings. And we can't really see much further than a torch can see for us anyway, so.
Yeah, like for instance, like dwarves that travel these lands pretty frequently will almost always have torches, even though they do have dark vision as well.
Plus, torch, warm, heat, nice, yes.
I just feel like it makes me, as a player, uncomfortable because I play Rust.
If he has a bolt action, we're dead anyways.
There is the eternal trade-off of, would you rather be the person walking into the basement holding the flashlight, or the guy who's already in the basement with no flashlight? It's kind of a trade-off that goes there, but so you guys making your way.
That's a really good, and also I'm the anti-flashlight. Whoa!
But if neither of you have a flashlight, then who wins then?
The chair that
nobody sees.
The guy with dark vision.
I love that question.
As you guys continue making your way towards the south, you do eventually spot another torch kind of off in the distance. The way that things kind of work, you can usually spot a little bit of light kind of as you're coming over a hill from a good distance, because you don't really have that like same 60-foot marker. But currently you spot the light. You're probably about 120 feet out at the moment when you realize that there's light over there.
We snuck our torch.
Is this about 2 miles south of Targus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alright. And our torch lit.
Okay.
We need to do I need to take my earrings off and just never mind. I guess y'all don't get that reference. Do you wear earrings to battle?
Yes. I'm literally covered in piercings.
So something gets hung on them, and then it pulls out.
That's why I chose to go a little bit more dexterous than strength makes fighting. People shouldn't touch me as much. I can't really see around you first. You don't have any. Why not? Oh, Latin. Look at you, first piercing. Art pulls out the needle gauge that he bought recently, and he's like, I have a piercing. No, I'm serious. This is what I bought it for.
Really?
Yeah. And you can now see that he has actively multiple forms of piercings. He's got like 2 eyebrow rings and a nose ring and some lip rings.
What a weird coincidence. So, like, is that real? Oh my gosh.
Little known fact, your dexterity score is actually the cap of piercings that you can have.
Ah! This is gonna get weird.
Please, you did that yourself.
Sometimes.
Doesn't it hurt? Doesn't this one hurt?
Mm-hmm. Well, not anymore.
It's a little inflamed.
No, it's not.
Oh, your ear's just like that. Sorry. I don't know. It looks at Dragonborn ears, that are like scaly holes.
Yeah, I was like, wait, do you have like winged dragonborn ears, or do you have like holes on the side of your head?
Scale like over.
Wait, did you say that because you're envious of the fact that I can put earrings in?
Earrings looks at my little earrings that are
You've got
drilled through this.
You got kind of like frill things, right?
Yeah.
that aren't ears, but they're
like little
ear-esque.
baby scale things. And it's like drilled through the.
You stud or a ring?
Your
Kind of.
your particular clan of Dragonborn too. Don't they have like ones on their jawline?
Mine are different.
I don't, because I know you've got a picture somewhere of what the piercings of your clan is.
But
Cool.
yeah, so we're not stealthing.
Okay.
And we've got our torch out,
Yeah.
and we are gonna keep it done.
As you guys trudge forward, pushing in through the wind and the light snow, you haven't seen any particularly inclement weather since probably a couple days ago when you were climbing Kelvin's Cairn and there was kind of the edging of a blizzard happening.
And an avalanche.
I mean, that is an avalanche weather, you know. You guys had a little bit of blizzard interaction on your way to Kelvin's Cairn, but the things have mostly settled down. The wind is still biting, the snow is still falling lightly. As you guys push through the last bit of distance, you see on the horizon, or on the light horizon, a man that you recognize immediately as Sephek Caltro, and in front of him is a dwarf who is down on the ground on their knees with their arms behind their back, and you see red, shaggy hair and the tip of a beard kind of down over their face. They seem to be wearing kind of common fisherman clothes and are kind of breathing heavily as they sit there on their knees. Notably not wearing any winter clothes, as is Sephek Caltro.
That man forced him to march faster than his stubby legs could carry because we didn't catch up to him. How rude. Art thinks out loud. Well?
Sephek seems to be standing, waiting for you all to kind of close the rest of the distance. And as you come within the last, as you guys are probably about 40 feet away, he says, "This is what I do. This man was selected, fairly or unfairly, it doesn't matter. This man was selected for the sacrifice. Caught him actually earlier today as he was trying to flee the town, Targos."
Unfairly? You mean the system is rigged?
I pay no mind to the system. I simply make sure that it is brought through.
How close are we at this point?
You guys are probably about 30 feet. You can continue walking closer if you wish.
Yes.
He's not actively stopping you. You see Sephek is, as you close the last bit of the gap, Sephek has a large blade of ice that he is holding on the man's neck. I can pull up this man. Finally, I can show you Sephek in all of his glory. If I can actually click on him. I will make him a little bit larger for my players to see here.
Would you be able to post that in the Discord?
Yeah, I can absolutely do that. That is our man, Sephek Caltro. He's currently holding this icy blade up to the kind of on the inside, tangled in the dwarf's hair, on the whatchamacallit, or up against his neck.
I pull my axe out of my axe, loop it into my hand,
And
as I'm walking towards him.
I would draw my Jian and also shift.
Okay. As you guys draw your weapons, Sephek kind of takes a step back. He grabs the dwarf by the hair and lifts him, pulling him back with the sword up against his neck.
To speak to you before you take any actions.
Seems you guys didn't come to speak.
Who gives you the agency of permission? Who do you work for?
I do the bidding of Oral.
How do they communicate with you?
Oral's will is communicated the same way her will is communicated to anyone.
Through sign, through
Simply
preach.
act out her will as she would do it.
So you know that she wants these sacrifices.
Of course. Oral is a cruel god. She revels in the suffering of the people. The people think that these sacrifices can stay her hand. That is of no matter to me.
That is of people.
These sacrifices are her.
And it has like his voice drops down a little bit and gets a little growl to it. You take things into your own hands.
I simply realign the charts as to where they should have been originally. As you see, a trickle of blood starts running down the chest of the dwarf.
Dwarf, is it true?
You kind of get a sputtering cough, and the dwarf looks up. You see his face is heavily bruised and a little bit swollen. I was captured by the speaker 2 days ago. I wasn't interested in any drawing. He kind of tries to pull himself away from Sephek, and Sephek just grabs him by his hair and pulls him closer to his sword.
Wasn't entered into any drawing. They just said you are the sacrifice, and now you die.
He kind of looks up, a little confused and a little confused. He's trying to kind of gauge the people, and he kind of, as with his hands on his back, he kind of tries to push away from the sword slightly, and you see on his forearm, his sleeve has been rolled up, and although there's a large cut through it currently, you do see a like bright blue tattoo of a heart on his arm, and it says, "This is why they called me a spy." And Sephek pulls him in again. What he is or isn't doesn't matter. He was dodging the sacrifices.
Sephek,
The sacrifices will go through as they need.
what does the harp stand for?
I don't know. I don't have a reason to know. I know Max Ildenar doesn't like them. Is he kind of...
I walk closer, but without any weapons, and I literally go like this.
He takes a step back, keeping probably about 15 feet between you guys.
Sephek, I need one thing from you.
He's listening.
I take off one of my furs.
Okay.
And I'm trying to calm him down. Look him in the face and be being a real person, making myself vulnerable to the elements.
Okay. How far do you continue with this?
As close as I can get.
He does not let you close the gap any further, although he seems a little bit confused as to what you're doing.
Sephek, my lance reaches 10 feet.
He's kind of eyeing your weapons.
I'm not reaching for it. I just need to be able to look into your eyes.
Why don't you set him down and convince us? You invited us out here for a purpose.
Just one moment. I just need one moment.
Okay, hurry it up. Dwarf's time.
Sephek.
He's he still seems to be keeping that kind of distance between you.
Is there any point where I can look into his eyes?
Yeah, you can see his eyes. His eyes actually they actively emit a glow, so you can look into his eyes fairly easily. Actually, his eyes are kind of crystalline blue and actively emit a glow that is kind of supernatural.
So when I step up as much as I can, I'm gonna be like, I can see into your eyes that you have been blessed.
He nods.
Look into my eyes. What do you see?
He looks into your eyes and give me a charisma check. Persuasion, if you win.
So I've got a 14. If I were to use my inspiration to try and get a higher number, can I choose between the two?
Yeah.
It's whatever's higher.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try and get a higher number than that. Okay, so it's a critical fail versus getting my 14.
Hey, get those ones out of the way, you know?
Oh, dang it. That was a good number.
I know you got the good number out of the way too. Starts all over again.
So a 14 is what you got? Sephek, his face, the first time that you guys talked to him, he seemed like he was actively, like, very engaged and, seemed kind of, like, wholesome and was making a lot of nonverbal gestures as to that. Here, his face is deadly still. He is not exhibiting any kind of emotional reaction to what you're saying. You ask him to look into your eyes, and he kind of looks at you and then looks you all up and down and says, "There's one choice to make here. There's not a choice of mine." He kicks the dwarf forward towards you. He falls to the ground, face down in the snow. "You killed the dwarf. Let me go about my doing. Or I kill all of you. I continue on my way, doing my work."
I think with him kicking the dwarf away, so that the blade isn't at the dwarf's throat, I would like to go into initiative.
Okay.
Yep, I would agree.
Let us roll for initiative.
Colin was right.
Get there, homie.
1.
Oh no.
Oh, my math is really
One
hard.
with a -1 and a -5 modifier, so you're at a. You actually loop back around to the top of initiative.
Everybody gets to go first, and then you go first.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, you just surprised.
Everybody else gets, surprise round.
What is my initiative mod? That
18.
18 for our wizard friend.
And I also got an
18.
How much time roughly has passed since I've asked to shift?
Not a particularly long amount of time. Probably like 30 seconds.
Okay, I will mark that I've spent 5 of my 10 rounds.
Cool.
On my shift.
The 8 for Latin. I'm good with names. And a
The character's name is hard to remember.
6 for...
He's actually
I've always
0 mod.
I'm always
You're 0. That's impressive.
So she'll be
I'm just at 1. I'm number 1.
only
I'm
negative
number
4.
1.
It doesn't actually make much of a difference, but it, it's still fun to write down.
a person with a 2 with a -1 modifier would still come before a 1.
Mm-hmm.
And
Those matter.
and then 18 for art if you didn't get
An
that.
18 for art. Yes. Fantastic. We are going to have some minis on the board.
Yes.
Minis on the table,
also-
table.
We've corrected the mechanics that I get the 10 move speed while shifted, but I don't get the inherent base 5 move speed.
Yes.
Cool. Nice.
And then you have that like reaction that you can take
Yes.
to move that adds a lot of move speed. So Neela is 15 feet away, and you two are behind Neela some amount
About 10
of
feet
your
from
own
me, I guess.
choices.
Neela's there's 15.
Yeah, that would be good. That is about what he's looking for.
Nice.
Fantastic. I'll put this beautiful man's away
I'm
here.
so
Actually, he can stay. We've got the ability to see our battle map, but he's probably going away. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a transparency for him. Okay. Top of the round is Art.
Yeah, so he shifts and he's actually got claws that push through his boots, and you can see he's kind of actually crafted them to assist in not being destroyed.
It's like Wolverine claws, but for your feet.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool.
And it's precisely to grab into ice and other elements that would benefit having actual pushing. And then he enters a blade song stance, and
Okay.
he achieves his maximum speed, which is already overkill for the situation, but he does it anyways. Speed is necessary, and he shows up behind this dude.
Okay.
Oh my wow.
Sprinting through the snow, kind of kicking up flurries on the way, the animalistic burst of speed as you push behind Sephek Caltro.
Yeah. And then that's a move action, a bonus action. I'll free action draw a dagger, because why not?
Okay.
And then I think I'm just going to make a stabbing motion in his direction
Okay.
with the sword. So I do that.
And have at it.
17.
17's a hit.
8 damage.
Okay.
Oh, actually, instead of this... Can I do that? Yes, I can. Instead of that, it'll be Booming Blade.
Booming Blade? Okay.
Everything happens just the same, except now there's a little bit of electrical or thunderous energy that's been imparted upon him.
Totally. That sounds good.
If he moves, he takes damage.
Noted.
You need little LEDs to put in
As you kind of stab into him, as part of your movement around and your kind of flowing motion of your blade song, you stab into him, and it seems to nick part of his arm. But where you would expect to meet flesh and bone, your blade goes through more cleanly than you expected. You don't see any blood splattering out. With the flickering torchlight, it's kind of hard to make out exactly what happened, but it seems that the blade went through and there's a chunk missing from his arm, but you're still unsure as to exactly what the situation is there.
Interesting.
At the start of its turn, which is next, you see some of that chunk that's out of his arm close back up as he swings around
Is it
towards
some
you.
of?
Some of, yes.
I see. Or
there's
has blessed
still-
you with some regenerative
There's
properties.
still there's still a little bit of that chunk missing, but he swings around with his icy blade and is. Let me see here. What actually is he doing? Please. This bad boy towns. Yeah. Sephek, kind of seeing your speed, he whips around with his icy blade and goes to bring it down towards you. But at the last second of the strike, his entire body just evaporates into mist, and he appears here.
Whoa.
Oh my wow.
And the strike continues down into Neela's back.
No, thank you.
With a 21 to hit.
That is a hit.
That's my armor class. You take... 11 points of slashing damage.
That was half my HP.
Plus...
It is a cold sword.
3 points of cold damage.
Chile.
They probably have knucklehead chili.
You gotta have beans in order to have chili.
Depends on where your definition of beans comes from.
As a joke in Texas, they don't
Okay.
have beans in their chili, except what they do.
Except all the times that they do. It's a little weird hill to die on for some people.
Taking advantage of the fact that Neela hasn't drawn her weapon yet, he takes a step back. He will actually take 2 steps back.
You told him your reach.
Yeah, I remember this. Sephek Caltro will remember this. And in his offhand, you see.
He moved.
Yes, he did.
Thunderous amount of energy.
He
Just
does
a
take
miss.
some thunderous damage. How much does he take?
He takes 1d8 of thunderous damage.
That's pretty good.
He takes 8 thunderous damage.
That's a good roll.
A very loud pop just happens, and it's like a short little thunder strike, miniaturized just for him.
Even that sound of cracking ice.
Okay, cool. As he kind of bursts back from that, realizing that he had made a mistake, in his hand, you see a smaller version of the sword conjured as a small ice dagger appears in his hand, and he hurls it at you.
Quick question: Does his appearance change as a result of taking additional damage?
For the thunder damage, no.
Okay.
In this case, it kind of just like racks through his body, and you see him kind of recoil from it.
Please miss.
That was a 19.
That
19
is my AC, so I will choose to shield it.
Okay. You cast shield as the icy dagger flies towards you, and you whip up your magical ward at the last second as it kind of is sitting in front of you, and you deflect it off to the side. Next up in the initiative is Latin.
That's me. Latin, muscles tensed, whips this way and leaps forward, charging at Sephek, flying into a rage and swinging my axe at his chest, attempting to bury it deep in his icy body.
Icy body.
Going to recklessly swing
Okay.
with
That mound of
a
furs looks like
20
a rabbit hand.
to hit.
20 is a hit.
How does my character work? And I do the damage of...
And you are raged but not shifted currently, right?
Correct. I deal 13 damage.
13 damage. Not bad, not bad.
And that will be my... You know what? This, because I'm gonna, finish my movement by moving over here.
Okay.
Not that it'll necessarily matter, because the boy teleports around where he chooses, but it might.
I do be doing that sometimes. Cool. You can do that, and As your battle axe kind of crunches down into him, he dodges back, and you get a good slice in on his chest area. The angle of the lighting is a little bit better. Instead of red or blood, you see how do you describe it? You see that the interior of the wound is white and packed like snow. Next up is Neela.
Or not.
So I want to know if I can
Simula.
free action toss a weapon.
Yeah.
I want to toss a hand axe to the dwarf.
Yeah, you can do that.
Very.
You
not draw your lance.
Yeah, you would. That would be your item interaction for the round. You do have to draw your weapon if you're wanting to use that.
No, no.
I mean, you are a person who is a fan of hand-to-hand combat. If that's something that you're trying to engage in.
I do talk. And he's not bound or anything like that.
He is bound.
Ah,
That is worth noting. Yeah, he is. He does have ropes binding his. You can't see his feet currently, but he does have ropes binding his arms.
I just encourage him to
Get up and do something.
Would you mind helping? And
That's a hell of encouragement.
listen, I'm not a bard, all right? I'm not a bard. I'm not going to sing him to his feet.
I'll take care of the dwarf.
One dead dwarf coming up.
So I'm going to move up one step and be 10 feet away, and then lance.
So forward a bit. And attack with your lance as you pull it off of your back.
Does 13?
Well, 13 does it.
Alright.
He's just wearing a vest, dude.
He's just people, dude.
He's the least people we've met so far.
5 special attack damage.
Okay. 5 damage. Noted.
I'm gonna use not my second wind, but instead I'm gonna use action surge.
Action surge.
And I'm going to breath attack.
Okay. I like it.
Your breath attack's an action?
Yeah, take an action.
Breath attack replaces an attack on the attack action.
Oh, that's what they do.
So 15-foot cone. I'm just gonna angle it away.
Okay, yeah, you can do that easily enough. And what kind of damage is your breath weapon?
It is lightning damage.
Lightning damage.
The dex save is a 13.
13? He's pretty good at these. He does make his dex save.
On a half. It's half. Wait.
I think it's half on save.
Yeah, half on a success is the way that it's raised for some reason. So
Slight
half
change
of,
is the word.
half of 7.
Half of 7, which would be 3, right?
3.
Yeah. Okay, as the lightning kind of spews forth, it seems to he manages to get out of the way of the brunt of it, and it doesn't seem to take complete effect, but he does take something from it. Art, you are up.
Can I target my magic missiles in the following structure? Can I make one go towards the ropes on the cuff of this dwarf's handheld restraints?
Yeah.
The other 2 I would like to send hurtling towards his face.
Yeah, magic missiles is a very, very accurate spell, so you can do that.
So,
especially since the dwarf is on his face, with his hands on his back.
Art says, "Dwarf, help yourself," and I toss a dagger with my free action to the front of his face that I had drawn previously.
Okay.
and then I use, like, he comes running up with his other hand in the outstretch, and he uses magic missile. And one just, like, immediately splits off and curves and smacks the ropes that's holding him. The other two go towards Sephek.
The little blast of arcane energy. Dwarf is freed of his binds.
With your free action, I want you to be looking in Neela's direction when you, after you do this.
Yes, and roll your damage for magic missiles.
9 on the missiles towards Sephek.
Okay.
Do you want to roll for the ropes?
No, the ropes will be flimsy enough that you can make that happen just fine. Give me a math moment here. Just having a little math moment, you know. That is that much. That is da. That is da. That is Okay. Sephek, having taken a pretty decent beating so far in this, has another one of his the wound across his chest, vest included, that had been previously like cut open and torn. Heals up as he regenerates some more.
If the missiles hit his face, what did that do?
If they hit him in the face, he probably would kind of take the blunt damage of them. They aren't like blasting away chunks of his face at this point, and he kind of maybe dislocates his jaw a little bit and kind of like cracks it back into place as he growls and is going to. He takes one step in towards Neela. And this time, grabbing his icy blade with both hands, and you see the light of his eyes has been flickering a little bit as he as he's been like taking damage and stuff. The light has kind of been flickering in and out a little bit. He grasps his sword, and the light grows a little bit brighter as you see the sword actually kind of re-solidifies itself and grows a little bit as he swings down brutally towards you. With a 18.
That's a hit.
And he
Hopefully
deals...
He has not missed yet. You're being rude. Coming from a person who just used a spell that cannot miss.
It deals 10 points of damage. And...
Night-night.
3 points of cold damage.
Thing that the cold doesn't bother me anyway. Because I was already down. Wait, does it? Does it matter if I'm already down?
It's
No.
all at once.
Yes, this is one burst of damage.
Call me Elsa.
You still
As
have your second wind for when you inevitably get brought back up at some point during
I
this fight.
do have second wind.
Do we have potions that can bring people back up in the fight?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I do not.
It might be time for some inventory checking. As he his first swing cuts you down, you are now in a downed state. You, with our current kind of homebrew of how the down state works, you are still able to move, and you can still see and lightly interact with your environment. However, you are currently making death saving throws, and you have the option of making kind of a heroic last stand, which will automatically fail all your death saving throws, but will narratively pull us out of this situation if that was something that you were interested in doing. Just as a recap of an option that is in your you're kind of down on the ground, you're out of combat, and you're able to crawl around at 5 feet per round, but that's currently kind of
Am I just involuntarily screaming endlessly?
You are not involuntarily screaming,
Okay, cool.
but you are like the new Rust down, where you're able to crawl around a little bit
Cool,
before
cool.
you.
Are you voluntarily screaming endlessly?
Spear.
He is making a second attack
Oh.
at you. So,
Don't forget your advantage.
my advantage That 14.
That's a miss.
He's done.
As he as the the growing sword swings down next to you, cutting through the snow and slicing through it cleanly. Neela, you hear and Latin as well. You hear some kind of under his breath. So you're not able to hear it currently, Art, but you do hear him kind of chuckle, and he's like, blessed. And then we move on to the dwarf's turn. Hashtag blessed. Let's go. The dwarf does pick up your dagger, and although is very exhausted currently, and definitely worse for wear, does push over to...
I would tell him, like, as I see that he's freed himself, I would tell him to grab Vila and pull her to safety.
Totally. He will absolutely do that.
Oh no, if he pulls me away.
The arm detaches. Oh no.
He tries to grab you and pull you away slightly. He can make it to actually about there,
Not very far, but he does make it away. And he tries. He begins the process of trying to stabilize you. Also, can you grab me that cord?
Absolutely.
So that is dwarf. Neela, you need to make a death saving throw.
Me.
Oh yeah, Latin. You're up. Sorry, dwarf was on your initiative, and I messed up.
Thank you for postponing
Me.
my death.
Latin.
I am going to contest him in the eye glowing department, and I'm going to shift
Yeah.
and make my eyes glow, and my teeth be long, just like his teethies be long.
His TP's
Yeah.
not long.
Oh.
He's a regular guy.
Oh, he's not a vampire.
No, he's a regular guy.
He's definitely a
Wait,
vampire.
he shifted and disappeared, so did you shift, like, your eyes to different locations?
My eyes are now on my chest.
It's actually,
Beetlejuice.
my eyes are just uncomfortably far apart now. I just move them like half an inch apart from each other.
I'm gonna swing at him.
Okay, swing away recklessly if you dare.
I do. Can I use inspiration?
Yes, but you got to tell me what you roll.
I rolled 2 5s.
Are you sure one of those wasn't on a d6?
I'm sure both of these are not on a d6. I would like to use my inspiration.
Those look like D6 to me.
I'm going to.
And you'll
roll
add one more dice to
one
it, the
more
roll,
die.
basically.
15.
A 15 is a hit.
Good choice.
3 dice, you've rolled the maximum you could on 1 dice.
Yeah. For another maximum damage roll.
Jeez. A lot of max damage rolls happening.
13.
13.
Another axe to the chest.
That is not bad.
I bash his sword out of the way with my shield and just right into his chest.
Okay. Neela, can you please make a death saving throw for me?
You have inspiration?
But you use that.
Or a charisma check?
Oh yeah.
What, did you roll a natural 1?
One.
Natural 1 on the death saving throw.
That's 2 fails. You got 1 more fail to go before your character is sleepy time and also.
Okay. Art,
I.
you are up.
How does your advancing very quickly towards death play out so that Art would notice it?
Very good question. You are still conscious. But you're realizing your kind of martial training. You're realizing that last blow did a little bit more than just take you out of the fight. That last blow hit something vital, and you are rapidly declining.
Honestly, I would be laying there saying, I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Blood
Just
as a
spurt of
battering of blood coats a little bit of the snow red.
Yeah, seeing some of the snow turn darker colors of not white. I was like, keep them occupied.
This is why we have torches.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to tell them that it wasn't just water.
Ray
You could have been
skill.
spewing water.
All right. But yes, seeing the tinted colorings.
Is there a way to do that?
Absolutely, yeah. You spit up a little bit of the like dark life blood, and it kind of crackles with that magical energy that is in
Then
it.
you know.
Electrical pool of blood. You've seen the electrocute the water trick before, but you've never seen the electrocute the pool of blood trick before.
I say, help me stabilize her, and I attempt to make a medicine check to stabilize her.
Okay.
You a medicine boy too?
I am a medicine.
Perfect. You have a doctor.
The
That's
dwarf
a good one.
will try to help you when it comes around to his turn. Basically, what we'll do, because the turn order doesn't actually super matter here. I'm not intending to coup de grace him. I'm going to make a check for the dwarf just to see, because he is very exhausted, and so he's at disadvantage. So if he rolls very well as he did, you will get advantage on your roll.
Okay, so I get advantage on my roll. Presumably. No, okay. I attempt to stabilize you with my Healy hands. 19.
A 19?
With the dwarf's advantage, by the way.
That is enough to get Neela stabilized. As you kind of running over and quickly able to deduce the kind of sources of the damage, you kind of fashion a stint for the blood and put it over a big large portion is a large gash in her arm. So you kind of stint that area and tighten it. Neela, from the pain of kind of the stabilization process, you do fall unconscious on the ground. Fully unconscious now.
But I don't scream. I want you to know.
Yeah. I probably I take out some cloth that it should be readily available for the doctor nature of me, and I pack it, and then I take snow and I just pack it to start trying to make it cold.
That's
Also,
very smart.
Do a smile before it passes out.
Close your eyes with my hand. Don't do that. I need to work here.
I mean, honestly, if it works, it works. Cool. Very cool.
And then that is action. That is some of my movement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any additional bonus to take, but I will draw another dagger, and then I will move up to this. No, I won't. I will take a very defensive posture over these two.
Okay.
I'm standing in Neela Square, sort of thing.
Sounds good. Sephek he's... Where is he kind of at now? He's in the bloodied state. He's definitely taken a beating. You can see there's more scratches and things. You do see there's a section where you had cut in last time, where while there is a section that was that white kind of packed snow feeling, you do see flesh underneath as well in a portion of his chest. And you see the snow area from the upper portion of his shoulder kind of trickles down into the flesh wound area and starts solidifying there. It kind of closes a little bit of the wound. How is he feeling? I'm feeling pretty good.
I feel like one of us should hit him with a torch.
Feeling pretty
It was in my
good.
head, but I don't know where the torch is because it's not in my hands because
So-
I have two hands full. It's probably not in your hands. It's probably in the snow, stuck up somewhere at the start of the combat. Probably what had to have happened.
Yeah, there's a torch that is... How can I label a torch?
There's two torches.
There's two torches. One that was back where Sephek and the dwarf were. Someone has spare dice. I could put a D4 here.
I do not have
I do.
spare dice.
And then the other one will most likely be... while the other one would be more dwindling, it'll be 5 feet away diagonally from you, sir. Just right there. Yeah. Cool. Those will be the two locations of the torches. So, Sephek, still gripping his icy longsword in two hands, swings out at you. But now that you've shifted and you have better perceptive abilities of your surroundings as your eyes are darting left and right. He is no longer an advantage to hit you.
Yeah.
That is a 13.
That's a miss.
Okay, and he then turns the sword around and upswings, carrying the momentum through for a 18.
That is a hit.
That one's a hit. And he deals...
Telekinetic projectile.
Oh, minimum damage. So 4
Cut in half to 2.
for slashing damage, yes. And then you also take
Minimum damage.
another 4 cold damage.
I take 4 full cold damage. So I take 6 total damage. I have 5 temp HP.
As he double slashes in your direction. The dwarf is helping you. Neela is stabilized. Art is up.
I say, Laden, would you be able to hit him with this torch? I think the fire will do an effect.
Laden kind of like growls up. My hands are a little full right now as he's like fighting against Sephek, trying to block sword slashes with the shield, and I don't really have any way to like do that.
You could drop your axe and pick up the torch and attack.
I don't think I would. Like I don't think I would drop or put away my only like offensive weapon to like grab the torch. I think I'd probably better off just fighting as is currently. It seems to be working just slowly, and I'm kind of like in the thick of it right now.
Okay.
And also raging, and so taking actions that aren't just like murdering things is a little bit harder for me.
So I do my best to kick the torch at Sephek as I'm running across it.
Field goal.
Okay. Yeah. You can move it towards another space in that direction as you kind of kick it, trying to be careful to not extinguish the torch in the snow. Go ahead and give me. How would I do that? Give me
Acrobatics.
Yeah, like an acrobatics check to make sure that you don't accidentally kick too much snow up with this.
Made out of tar.
Grab it with your toe bean feet and then
No.
yeet it up into the air and have it land somewhere else.
Advantage on acrobatics due to being in my shifted form.
Yeah, you kind of latch on to one of the
23.
23. You can do it just fine. You kind of latch on to part of the torch with your claw and yeet it up, and you can make that happen just fine. And where are you going? You're going right there.
Mm-hmm. And then it is stabby time. I do booming blade.
Booming blade.
Do I do booming blade? No. I do normal stabby, and
Okay.
then I will offhanded stab with a dagger.
Okay.
First will be short sword. 23.
23 is a hit.
All right. If I could get another 5, because that's the tradition of the short sword. All it does is roll 5s here. That's a 4. It heard me talking about 7.
7 points of damage.
And then I follow up with the dagger, which will be a 19,
19 is a hit.
and it will do 3 damage.
3 damage, not a bad dagger hit. Sounds good. Give me a moment for a little bit of math moment. 40 something. Then it's that. Got it. I'm good at math. Probably the best, honestly.
Fair enough.
Okay, cool. Let's see. Sephek is... And you hit him successfully with a booming blade?
No.
Oh, you did not booming blade him.
These were
Yes.
stabs.
Right, just normal
Regular
stabs. Because booming blade is a bonus action to cast, right?
Booming blade
Or
is...
you make an attack as part of the action of casting it.
No, yeah, booming blade is you are casting a spell, a cantrip spell, and part of the cantrip spell is that you are making a melee attack.
Means you don't get to use your offhand
Yeah, until later.
until later.
I see. So, let us see here.
I assume that's part of like the spell war dance or whatever.
Yeah.
you are,
At level 6, they get multi-attack, but as a part of multi-attack, they can cast a cantrip as part of their make it attack action.
I have something that I need to look up really briefly, so give me a moment.
Yep.
It is a... What kind of shifter are you?
A wild
Hunt?
That's Witcher. That might still be correct.
It is. There's all those pop. Okay. I am checking this shifting feature. You have advantage on wisdom checks. No creature within 30 feet of you can make an attack roll with advantage on you unless you're incapacitated. Okay.
Oh, within 30 feet, that's a good thing to know.
That
Archers
is-
could still get advantage.
Also, the wording on it is...
I'm trying to find where. Oh, there it is.
So, I believe the way that I'm going to rule this for the wording on this is this isn't them having disadvantage. So if they have the disadvantage advantage canceling each other out thing, they still make a normal roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how that would work. I don't put them back into disadvantage mode. They just can't have
They can't have advantage. That is good to know. And also, just to make sure that I'm getting this guy right.
Damn it. No.
Ah, okay. A lot of small things interacting here, to be honest. But Sephek is going to vanish once again. You see him
Counterspell.
if you got it. He ends up here. Yes. And is the sword that's in his hand kind of breaks into two, and then large chunks of it melt away as he's now holding two ice daggers, throwing them both at you.
Oh, at you?
Mm-hmm.
Rude.
The first one is a 17.
That's the hit.
Okay. 17 hit first is... minimum damage again. So 4. Oh wait, I rolled the wrong dice.
No.
It was minimum.
It's fine. Still minimum. 4 piercing damage on you.
Okay.
And then you also take 2 unresisted cold damage.
All right.
He then also moves back a little bit further to be out of charging range of the barbarian.
Rude.
Next up is...
was he throwing 2 of them, or just throwing the one?
Oh, yeah, he threw another one. That's my bad. The second one is a
Miss.
14.
That is a miss.
That's a miss.
My sheet.
All right. As the ice dagger clatters off your shield, and kind of it doesn't actually make sense that the ice would be melting so rapidly because it is sub-zero temperatures. But as soon as the ice dagger hits your shield, kind of bounces off and just liquefies in the air. And then
Hold on. This dude's a warlock. He's a warlock with a pact with Oral and has the weapon thing, and they can just keep shifting it. That's actually really cool. And this is also a representation of everything I want the spell Ice Knife to be, but will never be. I'm so mad, by the way. Ice Knife is so thematically cool, but it's kind of bad. Also, I can't use it against this dude. That'd probably be a bad idea.
Cool. Next up is the Latin. Yeah, you're up.
All right. I
Would like to rage.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
will go to here, and then I will just hurl my axe at him.
Okay.
It is an improvised weapon.
Okay.
Um,
And you have like a What is it actually that your axe is? Isn't
It's
it
a battle
hand
axe.
Oh,
It's a battle axe. So it's not meant to be thrown. So
Right.
throwing it is an improvised weapon.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
means I believe it just does a D4 plus strength and all that. I'm going to recklessly throw. Oh no, I don't think I can recklessly. attack
Reckless
melee.
is melee attacks for you. I just had to look this up because you get advantage on
no,
melee
it's
attack rolls.
melee weapon attack rolls.
Yes, using strength.
It is a melee weapon.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
not
yeah,
throwing
you can do that.
Which is weird how that works, but unless you do like
Barbarians throwing weapons.
Yeah,
is
Crawford at one point was very explicit on like you should be able to get advantage on throwing something.
Nice job that I have advantage too.
Nice.
Otherwise that would have been a bad one. 19.
19 is a hit.
Alright, so I do a D4 plus, which is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
Yeah,
damage.
there's a rage damage count for this.
I'm gonna have to do 7. No, it doesn't.
Only melee attacks?
No, only melee damage. 5 damage.
5.
No, 6 damage. And
Cool.
then I pick up the torch.
You pick up the torch behind you. Noted. He's found a way. This is actually that. Cool. That your turn?
That is my turn.
Next up, the dwarf is a little bit worse for wear here. He is going to run over and pick up that torch that's on the ground next to you guys. Help me. And then he is going to use the rest of his movement to just move around to the other side of it. And he kind of has a dagger in one hand, a torch in the other, and is kind of doing his best to take a combative stance, although he does seem he's had a rough couple days in the gulag. Art, you are up.
I use half of my total move speed to get directly behind this dude.
Okay.
And then I will. I think he needs to stand still because I think him getting to run across the battlefield and somewhat try and consume my friend's movement speed into dash actions is no good. So I will make a cantrip attack of Booming Blade on him.
Noted.
That, however, will only be an 11.
An 11 is a miss, unfortunately.
And then I will draw another dagger.
You guys have found out how to miss
Sorry,
it.
a dart. True, it is fair. We are due for one.
He does have very low armor class.
He is. He's got a vest. I mean, these things got a lot of padding on them, so.
Oh, yeah. I can see that. This is actually our DM in the game.
This is my DMPC, actually. I'm just having you guys fight it right off the bat. I gave him like 5 levels over you, though, so hope you don't mind. I mean, it does give off vampire vibes. I respect it.
I believe. So that's my move. That is my attack.
Mhm.
And I don't get a bonus action this round, so
Okay.
I'm done.
Up next is Sephek, who has his kind of rekindles his icy longsword and is going to be striking at you, Sir Art. The first hit is an 11.
Don't even attempt to dodge.
The next one is a 15 to hit.
Also a miss.
As you nimbly dip and dodge around the combination of your mage armor and your blade song being a little bit too much for him to swing through.
Not his first attempt. No, his first attempt was right on the AC money.
Okay. You see a couple more of his closing up current.
Right, stop that.
Next up is Latin. You're up.
All right, I attempt to just like charge in, shoulder check him with my weight, ram this torch into his stomach.
Okay. Same song and dance. Make an improvised weapon attack.
20-something.
20-something is a hit. You have not learned how to miss this guy yet.
And this does what?
So this will just be a.
Is it like sticking a torch into a normal person's stomach, or does it like go into the snow? Or
This is going to be a D4 plus your strength, and then we'll talk about things. Yes, plus radius.
Well, I can only roll maximum on damage numbers.
You know, that's fair. Honestly, I'm glad because
9.
9. That's pretty.
You ever
good.
just hit somebody with a torch for 9 damage?
Okay. As you kind of strike this torch into him, you do see it does get into one of the wounds that was previously opened, and you see the fire kind of like spread a little bit across his clothing material, but you see it starts to act like it's spreading across cloth, but then it just starts kind of melting away a chunk of his defenses here.
And so, typically, when you stick something that doesn't get put out by water, so it's like that, you on fire. When you stick it into the coal, there's a very that loud crack and that sheer whistle of that snow melting against a hot fire.
Yep.
Is that what this sounds like?
Yes, that would be exactly the noise this is making.
Even pitching just like when I bring back barrel and moving snow out and they had hot fire burn, we would take like snow and place it and we rub it into the fireplace and on top of like wood holders, and it would just forever.
Go, sir. Yee! Stabbing a man with a torch. You have received inspiration from
For stabbing a man with a torch for 9 damage. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Doomer. So, as you stab into this man with the torch, you hear that kind of like breaking, cracking, squealing sound of the air in him leaving. As you see that the kind of the snowy facade melting away a little bit. And that is all you see for that. That is Latin.
Does the torch stay lit?
The torch does stay lit for this one. Latin, that is your hit. And the dwarf? Let me check. How's this dwarf feeling?
Inspired.
I did say for him.
He's feeling...
I did ask him to stand guard over Mila. The thing that he wants to.
If you asked him to stand guard, he will absolutely stand guard. He will kind of ready his action just in case something bad happens over here on this end.
Thank you. Just as a dagger.
And feeling particularly cold, the light is both on fire for warmth.
He is actively like shivering and kind of like holds the torch very close to himself.
He was taking her furs off her. I'm just saying there was some extra furs.
There might be some furs laying around somewhere, but.
What are you gonna do? Wake up and tell them to not use it?
The dwarf just executes Mila.
I'm gonna
takes
use
her clothes.
my end my life action to pop up and say, "Don't take my clothes."
Don't you fucking touch those!
Art, you are up. Guys, once again, have this man surrounded, and he seems to be visibly kind of shaken from the torch out.
Once again, let's see. I've noticed that he has a limited range on his teleporting ability. I think at this point. He's done it twice.
Yeah, you as a moderately as a fledgling / moderately advanced spellcaster, you do recognize this as being very similar to Misty Step, although for some reason it seems you can cast it without it.
Okay.
That feeling in your gut of like, oh man, if I had counterspell.
Hold on, I think the wizard in me is crying out. One second.
I do really like the canonical mages that are getting this like anytime another person casts spells around them, getting like twisting in your gut feeling. They're like, ugh.
The mage in me says, "Wait a minute, that's not true. Misty Step only has verbal components, anyways." So he's just not even saying. So he has about a 20-foot range. So if he wanted to get to Mila, he would have to move. So once again, Art is going to attempt to use Golden Blade.
Okay.
19.
19 is hit.
hit him, and I said, watch your step. And I don't do much damage. I'm going down. No, it's now a 3, so it's 6.
6 damage. As the kind of crackling, thunderous energy, harnessing a little bit of that sound vibration from the ice cracking and melting from the torch, instead of exploding out in that sound, some of it kind of magically gets bottled up and put back up into his system.
I think I just carbonated him.
Yeah, a little bit.
If you move too fast,
Really explosive.
you will fizzly bubbly.
You would like to avoid fizzy bubbling. You do also see the fruits of your labor. He is not regenerating this turn. The kind of meltingness of his side, it starts to freeze back up a little bit, but you can tell that it's not actively closing any wounds on his body. All of the energy is kind of concentrated
These
on
things like
kind of
what
that
cheese and
melting.
melting.
Something like that.
This is a serious person, a bad villain. Made him with dignity and respect.
Easy.
Cheese man.
Latin. You have a sword attack swinging towards you, sir.
Not my turn.
The first swing is a 13.
That's a miss.
Yes. And the second swing is a 11. As you see, he seems to be kind of getting a little bit more desperation in his swings. For the final little bit here, he is going to crackle out of existence slightly. He will not be snap, crackle, popping, but he does have enough to appear next to the dwarf, who himself is immediately...
Can he go that distance?
He can. It's 30 feet total.
Oh.
The dwarf, who did have a readied action to swing with his dagger, does swing out at disadvantage, although he originally rolled a 4, and just kind of swings out weakly at Sephek, and Sephek just kind of bats his hand away, glaring down at his original target for sacrifice. Next up is Latin.
All right, well, this torch thing's working pretty well, so I'm going to run up to Sephek.
Okay.
Attempt to shield bash his stomach where I hit him with the torch earlier, and then shove the torch into his mouth.
Yeah, okay.
We'll see how well. Ooh. We got a pretty low roll, 14.
14's a hit.
Okay.
It's hard to miss. This man is indeed just a man.
Same D4 plus 6. D4 plus 6.
D4 plus 6. And the grade stuff.
Oh, you've done minimum.
Oh.
So that's 6 damage.
6 damage? Okay.
Okay. Well, minimum. You did miss 6 things.
Barbarians do love their damaged lords.
Level 1 fighter did get duelist. You can just plus them.
Pretty nice. Duelist fame. Okay. That's you, Art. You're up next.
Oh, you don't.
Level 2 power.
Who? I'm not blocking this man in.
Okay.
Actually, I guess. Are you interpreting movement that he could squeeze in between the dwarf and I if he wanted to go forward and do it?
He would have to make a check to get through you guys, but it would be hypothetically possible.
You said
if he was to try to overrun you.
Hold on.
What is D&D proficiency over rules?
There's someone.
It's acrobatics with athletics. Does it look like he's barely clinging to existence here?
He's feeling very rough. You can see his eyes are almost entirely lacking that natural flare to them, and he's darting around, kind of looking for escape as he kind of clutches his side.
And when does the dwarf go?
The dwarf
Is it before or after him?
is after.
Dwarf is
Oh, so my thought was like I could push him back and then step into his space. But then Neil is also available to use it. So unfortunately I can't be like the protectorate of everything here. I think my best move is to push him.
You can't hurt him.
But if he's not dead, then it's tough. Alright, I make 2 attacks. One with the dagger and one with the long sword. Not long sword, the short sword. The Jian, that's what we call it. Me, specifically. I got a 20 and a 15.
Both of those are hits. There's a 1 chance Fancy don't limit down.
I got a 6 on the first hit and then a 1 with the dagger hit. So total of 7.
Total of 7 damage. And how would you like to do this as you make the final, like, what is your final action against this?
So like he's like recoiling from the torchlight that's spewing into his face and maybe clipped his shoulder a little bit, but still like really messed him up. So I like as I speed past him and I see this, I clip him on the shoulder as he's coming through, and he turns to face me and I stab him in the chest, right where his heart should be with the dagger, and then I just decapitate him with the Jian.
Okay. As you see, he's kind of as his eyes are darting around, he locks eyes onto the unconscious Neva, and his sword kind of pulses with magical energy one more time as he flips it upside down, and he just growls, "Blessed," and starts to swing down, and your dagger catches him right in the stomach as he looks up at you, the last little flicker of magic energy in his eyes falling away as your Jian cuts clean through his head, and about halfway through the cut-through process, his entire body just goes limp, and his head disappears, and a pile of snow just falls to the ground, crumpled and destroyed. As the dwarf kind of falls back onto his back, kind of like scurries away a couple steps. Oh shit. And that will be a great time for us to go to break.
Whoa!
What an idiot! He was gonna stab the down person 10 feet away.
Alrighty, we will cut to a quick break. We'll be back here in 15 minutes.
awesome.
We'll do the wrap up of this little combat system. And I'll see you all. Oh, this isn't the computer that I do things on. This is the computer I do things on. Hello! Welcome back. So, as a very brief little recap, we currently have Neela on the ground, the very tired and injured dwarf who just kind of recoiled back next to her, and the pile of snow that had fallen from where Sephek Caltro was struck down. And you guys are kind of standing over here. You're currently 2 miles to the south of Targos.
I kick the pile of snow to kind of scatter it a bit, to just make sure that it's just all snow.
Yeah, you get kind of you kick it across, and it is indeed just all snow. You do get kind of a like as you kick it across, as some of the energy is released from the element itself.
Pull out my wooden stakes. Don't you do it.
I'll walk over to Neela on his unconscious body and stoop down and like try to shoulder lift up and carry her.
Okay. Pick up his battle axe that was over there where you originally threw it and bring it back to him. And retrieve my dagger from the dwarf and the few other things that I threw across this fight.
Yeah. As you kind of like walking around, there's basically all of the pieces of Sephek Caltro himself are completely gone. He didn't carry a weapon. All of his clothes also turned into snow with him. And there were no, even looking through the pile of snow, there were no like possessions that stayed intact. His whole being was snowy. So you guys kind of walk around the battlefield, picking up the bits and pieces that you could have otherwise left behind, and I assume begin heading back, or are you
shifting straight to the inn to get her into some warm situation so she can recover and rest.
When you say our boy, Sephek.
Our boy.
Yeah,
our boy.
yeah. Chat and the DM.
Chat
versus
us.
Yeah.
That's this campaign. It's Chat and the DM versus us.
But the chat gives you inspiration.
Dooms is on my side.
Yeah. But just in case there's anyone in from the Icewind Dale subreddit, they're all on Sephek's side.
Right.
But yeah, you guys are able to make it back pretty mostly uneventfully. The wind is kind of picking up. It seems like there is maybe a storm brewing over the next potential.
Does
you're on your way back to
manage this walk unassisted, or does he generally need assistance?
He does need a little bit of help walking. Also on the way,
a stick, which I poke him with.
What?
I don't think.
Yeah, I can probably steadily help Dwarf. Like, I'm not tapped as far as any kind of strength goes. He's still
I
stronger
assume
than
that
me.
I cannot both carry her.
You are pretty much capped out carrying Neela, yes.
I will carry the torch for us, and then I'll also help the dwarf.
Similar weight there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it actually still might be slightly in your favor.
Yes, so the dwarf does actually, his condition does kind of get worse as his kind of reaction to the cold weather.
I share some of my furs, and I do investigate him medically to see if there's anything that needs to be.
Do you?
He was picking up all the battlefield stuff.
Do you put them on?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. Like when you were describing earlier, I wasn't sure if this is like I've got 7 layers on, and layer number 7 came off to show my thing, or like I have one big coat and I took the big coat off.
So I have some multi-layers, but more for the top one. I think that in our key we talked about, he was very proud of her new fur that she got when she came to Icewind Dale.
Kind of a little bit like taking off a larger chunk to kind of try to show some vulnerability in the situation to assuage.
He's a cold-hearted killer.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Also, Kudos to the writers who were like, all right, we need a cold-hearted killer, but how do we make it a meme that he's a cold-hearted killer? We give him a literal cold heart. He's made of snow.
SK for them.
Yeah, Sephek Caltrip, serial killer.
Yeah.
I would not put it past them at all to be literally doing that.
So yeah, I used
So you go ahead and give me a medicine check, and you can kind of pass on some of your furs.
21.
You can tell that the dwarf isn't like
Sorry.
he's not very very close to frostbite, but he is on the path basically.
Okay.
Sharing your clothing with him a little bit, and kind of splitting some of the burden. The walk back isn't an incredibly long walk. He's just already been out here for a decent amount of time. He's definitely suffering ill effects of the cold weather, but isn't at the end of his rope yet.
Nothing like he just got bludgeoned and beat, not like stabbed or anything like that.
Yeah. He had been, and he's very willing to kind of divulge some of this. He had been captured by the guard in Targos. They had accused him of being a spy and thrown him in the jail, and had been beating him and interrogating him over the last couple days. You all know this to be something that was published in the newspaper that you had all read.
Yeah. What's the blue harp?
When I still lived in the South, I was a member of the Harper's Guild. They don't think too highly of them in Targos. I can explain more when we get back.
I guess coming from the Sword Coast, I have a little bit of knowledge about what the Harper's Guild is about. Okay.
Also, he's not at the end of his rope yet because the rope was left behind when we
Got us.
going on that joke for like 30 seconds.
Also, note to serial killers: also bind their feet so you get hit with one less magic missile.
The dagger was for him to cut off the rope line.
Fair.
I was playing that I can get his hands free. I was playing out the scenario. Can I just toss a dagger at him and he could just roll over and kind of grab it and do the whole shivving thing? That's probably not a 6-second affair. So I'm gonna dedicate a missile to the hand rope boy.
Very good. So yeah, you guys can make your way back to Targos. As soon as you get back to the main gate,
can we interject with a few more questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
On the way back. So Art goes down some of this. He's got two paths that he's thinking about here. One is serial killer boy, Sephek. He has the blessing of Oral, and he spoke to wanting to satisfy Oral's blessing. And he's just kind of conversing with Latin while speaking out loud. Does that mean that all people are subjugated when they're under that blessing, or is it just that he bought into the blessing?
Latin pauses and thinks for a second, and looks up. He said he took things into his own hands.
It's true. Have you run into other people with the blessing? No. Okay. Is it an often thing? Do you see a lot of it, or is it?
Seen it before.
Fair enough. Something to watch out for. It would behoove us to understand the motives of other people. I'd hate for the discrimination to be true, but if it is a reality, then that might change how we take our proceedings from now on. Do you know much about Oral?
No, but when you give people power, this is what happens.
Sure. And then I kind of divert some of the conversation over to the dwarf. Are you going to be able to show up in town?
Not any of the main roads. I have someone I should part ways with you all as soon as we arrive.
Very well.
How did you guys know? How did you find him?
He's actually very forward about his intentions. We were actually sought to put an end to his behavior, but we needed to confirm it was him first. He actually just told us. He had an ego of a man.
Man was indeed mad. He wouldn't shut up about his practically gave me an entire manifesto on the way out through the snow.
Can you recite it?
It seems he was very upset about the people buying them out auctions to buy into his casualty forms. Has some associations with called it a happy coincidence that my death would have helped.
Yeah, I'm giving a few pieces of the current I'm placing. It's clear that the politics of the town are a little bit more perspective. Did he happen to mention anything about why he would instigate having the three of us compete nothing? That's what I thought.
Seem hopeful that you all use his path of righteousness instead of using the fight. He also
you go on ask me what.
The Dales bring a lot of
So this is very much in the mental landscape of Art's mind. About how much coinage of purpose have I departed to this person? How extensive of it?
how expensive of furs? I have a number for that.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a sharp breakdown of things.
A left saw.
So a full set of cold weather gear is 10 gold. Now, not all of this is contained entirely in the fur. This is also like your fur-lined hood, your goggles, your boots, and your gloves, and stuff like that. You're just kind of passing on some of the bulkier parts of the fur layers to him. I'd say probably enough to kind of keep him going all the way back to town. Work.
Do you have any other provisions? I'm gonna want that back.
I don't know.
Yes. I do have friends. They'll be able to take care of you.
Would you be able to send somebody with the rest of my clothing to?
We'll be chatting before. Also,
When does it say?
heard you mention the blessing of oil. So it's relatively common myth or religious belief. So from what I understand, anyone born on Oral's Day is more or less given a blessing. But there's definitely something different about that.
What was the name of the enterprise that Flynn has us taking business under? She said that there's chapters in each of these towns.
She did not give you.
Did she say the company or?
No, she intentionally didn't give you. She said that if you do good work, then she will talk to you.
We did good work.
Yeah, I'm debating on whether or not I would mention it to him and see if he was like part of it. Right? But without like an actual introductory, I'd probably.
Are you part of a secret organization we don't know of yet?
Hey, we've been contacted by a secret organization. Do you have to be part of that secret organization? I don't know. What secret organization?
You mean?
Give me any.
You mean the Harpers?
You Yeah, I mostly conclude that he probably does have heart for combat, so I was trying to determine like if he would be a good person to follow up with. Alright, but I don't think...
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That dwarf is a bard.
That's why all of our characters in the last campaign were all bards.
Yep.
Ah,
I mean, honestly, could have been just a couple of brads.
I'm gonna play a Brad. It's gonna happen. I haven't yet.
I will someday achieve my dream of like playing a level 15-ish one shot that I can just play like raging alcoholic bard that smites people into another dimension by hitting them over the head with his lute.
Weird, that was mine.
That was my next character.
Well,
whoa,
looks like
you
we
played
gotta.
ukulele,
I'll
right?
message Dooms and we'll I think I still have the just a couple of Brads thing with Roll20 at my old character.
A band of Brads.
So you guys can make your way
guitar.
back into the town just fine. Go ahead. You need to roll me a. How does it work? It's a D4.
It's a D4 plus 1 for the hours of consciousness. And I do, before we get to the town, I check on her wounds. Probably, I don't have a lot of extra cloth on me. Ooh.
That's better, right?
You know, you are definitely out. You can tell by kind of your medical examination as you're walking along. She took quite a beating, and will definitely be out. She'll pull through, but will definitely need some bed rest. Okay. By adventurer standards.
One of the first things I'd like to do once we had rooms for the night, of course, I will. So the dwarf's leaving. I'll get my furs back. You have me. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go stop off at a local apothecary. Get some.
Watch over the seat.
Okay. As soon as you guys go in through the gate,
I'd say avoid next opening.
as soon as you guys head in through the gate, the dwarf thanks you. Will also give you a name that is on it. His name is Wet Rub. W-E-T-R.
My next
Something
character is going to be a bar named
Where
Wet
to?
Run. Merchant.
Also, that name spelled backwards is maybe the most D&D name for it, because when I hear the name Mertu, I'm like, M-E-R-T-U is how you spell it, but it's actually M-U-R-T-E-W. He thanks you and heads off towards. He basically with this map. As soon as you guys come in, he makes left into the house.
I take a mental rendition of what this person looks like in case I want to use this guy's stuff later.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah, he's got kind of currently scraggly, a little bit bloody, but red. Long beard. You see in the side of the beard are a couple metal clasps that kind of form the braid. Make that note. Notably, you take a little bit of a pause. There's a reasonable shop that's kind of right next to Triglio. Unfortunately, though, the shops are all closed currently. It's radically. You guys heading back towards the Lusking Arms.
Are the shops mostly house inhabitant plus shop, or is it separate?
It kind of depends on the shop. In this case, an herb shop would be like a house. It's Sally's house that is also shopping themselves.
I'd be a little bit persistent on the knocking.
Okay. After a couple minutes of persistent knocking, someone opens the door. Her name is Sally. It's her shop. She opens the doors.
I'm terribly sorry. I have a friend who has an extremely grievous wound. And
want to make sure that it doesn't become pestilence. Could I perhaps please purchase some much needed medical supply?
Sure. You wait there. She closed the door.
For 8 hours.
Yeah.
3 hours later.
The chicken.
Now we're open. Come inside.
Press T to wait. Select the number of hours that you wait.
Yeah, she comes back with a kind of a bundle of medicinal herbs. It'll just be by copper.
Does she have a gilly kit for them?
Yeah, she could string together a gilly kit. That rocks a bit. Yeah, 5 gold.
I hand her over 5 gold and a few coppers.
Okay.
And thank her profusely.
Yeah, she kind of has her front door has a like sliding section, and then the window, basically, where she can slides it open, like pushes the stuff out on a little shelf towards you.
I take my hand, dispense some of the hand sanitizer, and then I take it.
Little do you know, she's actually just got like women and stuff.
Yeah, do that and make your way back to Luskan Arms. Presumably, you guys get there slightly earlier as you're kind of carrying Mila up the. As soon as you walk in, the owner is no longer there. It's rather late at night, but you get about halfway across the foyer, and you do hear a familiar kind of clanking of pieces of armor next to each other. And looking around, you do see tiefling. But you do see the tiefling head of the guard kind of lean forward interestingly. He doesn't make any action, but you just hear him kind of rustle, which you can take as intentional if you want. He kind of leans forward, his arm rustling, kind of looks at you and you walk across.
I notice, but I don't make any action.
Yeah.
Climb the steps to take a view of the room that we rented out. I always assume this must be because there's bedrooms and stuff are never downstairs in Washington homes. But I always assume that anything or tavern or anything we go to with those rooms, they're always upstairs.
It's literally always a staircase behind. There's the front desk. There's a staircase right here that goes up and then turns right, and there's a hallway here with rooms on either side. Every single time in my brain.
Mine, the staircase goes up to a hallway that goes straight. You don't actually.
There are a lot of L-shaped buildings in D&D, which is probably why that's the thing. Yeah, you guys can make it back and rest for the night as you kind of file in.
Do you ever wake up out of consciousness to any manner thing, or you just come out of the 4 hours or 5 hours right to just sleeping through the night to rest and recover?
Yes.
What are y'all doing?
I'm posted up, making sure you're recovered.
That's true. I probably spent. How much time did it take us to shuffle a wounded or an unconscious person 2 miles back to town?
That trek in the snow is. Hold on. I literally have that. It'd be about a 2-hour walk.
Okay.
Especially, most of that is kind of because of the lack of weather.
So we get back to the town, spend 30 minutes or whatever getting.
It's very late at this point.
And then 2.5 hours later, you're unconsciousness.
Y'all are gonna be sleeping in a little bit tomorrow.
No, I'd probably be awake talking to them. Wouldn't just be yo, this person's having trouble trying to stay alive, so I'm gonna go to sleep and use washer. No, I probably spend a good portion of the beginning of it using the herbs and stuff that I received from the apothecary to like dig out some of the abrasion that would be needed in order to prevent infection, and then put a salve on it and then close it up with some bandages.
And you would know the snow being a very good immediate solution is something that needs to be like changed out as soon as it is no longer an immediate situation. So you can take care of that just fine.
When you are dressing wounds and stuff, you'll see that, like, if you look at my scale, like my scales, is that, like, you can tell where I've intentionally, like, rubbed out certain scars and stuff, like, underneath the scale, and you can tell, like, I've been through some damage, like, heavy before. Like, you can see some scarring, see my scales are split when almost, like, perfectly in half. But, you can see some of that.
The dragon's weak spot.
But on that, also, on some of the parts that don't have scales, and that aren't, like, rough and tough, like, bits of my, like, my face and parts of my neck, it's, like, super, super sweet.
I get you. Do these rooms have individual fires?
In this town, they do not.
Okay. So start a bonfire. Sacred flame.
Light the entire tavern on fire. That has to happen once every campaign. That seems like a good idea.
No.
So I get a salve applied, I put some extra bandages on it, and I attempt a little bit of suturing, if possible, through the scales with the equipment that I have, and then cover her in as much fur as possible.
Yep. So you guys pass a little bit of time.
What are y'all talking about? Boy.
He's probably a few words. We probably exhausted our conversation by an hour and a half to 2 hours in.
It is getting to push that like actively exhausted
Yeah.
kind of time.
Also, Art like noticeably gets like droopy, sleepy the past like hour or so. He keeps small talk going. Like, how participatory are you in the small talk conversation?
As participatory as you want. Like, if you're pushing the or if you're having a conversation along, I'll answer your question.
And he's probably more like, I need a little bit of help keeping with.
You should
I was, well, I'm not sure she looked up. How was life here growing up?
Oh, we got 5.
Do you have family here that helped raise you? What was getting by like in the Roman?
Oh.
Top of the morning to you. Ooh. Thought it might be a little bit sore for the next few days. It's a pretty good blow. Rest. But we got the job done.
That smell.
We haven't made the
What is on me?
furs, and there's a poultice below that. Medical salve to prevent infection from the wound. I bought it. Medicine.
Yes.
Yes? You were just not coming to
Me?
need to speak up.
Speaking of nice, Hello?
Hitting a little bit of microphone trouble here real quick. Hold, please.
Test?
Well,
Well,
Test,
yes.
Test? Hello?
Talk about me. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. Just need a little bit of readjusting.
Or for the alms.
I smell, thank you, but speaking of nice, were you carrying me, Latin? I didn't know that. I mean, you could carry me, that's a nice feeling. Was it nice? He threw a dagger at that man and was like, oh, you should fight.
No, not fight. Free himself so that he wasn't murdered. I mean, yes, in a way, he could fight that way by being unrestrained. Yes, I was encouraging to act fully, to preserve themselves. Yes, we were there to save that man.
Good fighting. What was that stance? I've never seen something like that.
I whip out a book. It's from page 37. And it's the forms I've been studying.
You learned it from a book and not from like a person teaching you. I don't have that much energy.
Well, yeah, you went down. I didn't get hit.
The book is just big, bold text. It's like an all red page with white block text says, don't get hit.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
and on the front of it, the art of dodging.
Sorry about it earlier.
Sorry about.
With the guard captain.
Not sure what you're referencing.
I should not be so quick to be angry.
There's a lot of things to be angry about, Latin.
Well, that said, actually, I think the anger was well placed, and I then fill Neela in on the details that we've learned from the dwarf and some of the other stuff. So, essentially, what's framing here is that it is the people, the head of the towns are in on this. It is a corruption scheme. They get to choose who's going to be sacrificed.
Surely that cannot be it.
We had it by word of mouth from the person who was chosen. But he wasn't chosen. He wasn't drawn in the lottery.
Doing it for good.
They used him because they said he was a spy.
When Neela and I were here earlier, we found that, what's his name again, the mayor?
Maxildenar.
Maxildenar was working with Sephek. So that makes sense.
Yeah, it wasn't
I don't
Torg.
think it's surprising.
Actually, does that mean that Torg's the bad person here? I mean, I know she seems like a bad person, but what if it's more than just...
There's a lot of bad people in the Dales. It's a place for all kinds of people.
What if the speakers of the other towns also have this arrangement with Sephek?
It's just not what I've heard.
You expect to hear the evil truth and the gossip on the streets?
When I was told of Icewind, there were these beautiful little cozy towns with a chance for fishing and adventure and dragons and mountain climbing. There wasn't. I mean, I've heard things about Waterdeep.
It's a place for people to run away to.
Since I've been here, I've been treated to blizzards that have tried to kill me and killed all of my crewmates. I have lost my captain and all my belongings. I've been threatened by magical chaos that's run rampant in somewhere here. I've been nearly destroyed by an avalanche. I've been attacked by yetis and attacked by man-eating cats. There's this magical dude who ignores all the snow, confesses his pure-found evil, and following Oral, and attempted to murder you and a dwarf in front of me, and who was blatant about those murders. You just told us.
Where's the dwarf? Did the dwarf survive?
He did. Thanks to us.
He's with his friends.
So,
Saved another one.
I mean, I do enjoy the feeling of being that, that good one, but the amount of people that need saving here from their own people is kind of alarming. I don't view this as a hospitable place.
Why do people fight each other here?
It's how it's always been.
Always, even before all the snow and darkness.
Yeah.
Have you had to defend yourself in Lonelywood from other people?
What do you mean?
Have other people sought to take advantage of you or your family? Have you ever had to defend from that?
That's just how it works.
Did you have a nice speaker?
No.
Did you have a nice speaker?
I'm not from here.
Did you have a nice speaker where you...
We didn't have speakers. And political things
What
are a
was
little bit
this,
more.
captain that you said?
Did I have a nice captain? No.
Am I the only peoples that have had good leadership?
Leadership doesn't always have to come with the quality of being nice.
It does come with the quality of being kind.
No, I don't think so. I've had quite a few leaders. Some of them could get the job done.
You can be in a position of power and not be a real leader. Real leadership takes kindness.
Met quite a few people. I've been to the Luskan Isles. Niceties is...
What's that?
I point to the name of the inn outside. Luskan Arms is from the Luskan Isles. Like, it's a country. A city-state.
They claimed this whole inn as a
No,
country.
this is like some kind of
Doesn't make-
thematic thing where they're like,
Oh,
what if we could bring the Luskan Isles here?
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it's exaggerated.
Is that why it doesn't look like the rest of the town?
Absolutely.
You should rest.
Oh.
Hand over his.
And whether or not you recognize it in this moment, you have been to Luskan before in your travels. You passed through on your way to the north. It's the northernmost port in the Sword Coast.
I should rest. You should also rest. Do you have one question? Are all people who have Oral's blessing, are they evil? Do they do that?
I've never met anyone like Sephek before.
It is something that we need to get to the bottom of. I was talking with Latin earlier, but Flynn, her discriminations are true in this instance. But I don't know that I'm ready to prescribe a whole form of people. Sephek, however, said some pretty damning evidence. Latin's refuted that it was his own will. It might bear questioning, and we should be on the lookout for it.
I don't believe that we could ever learn to turn ourselves into snow.
No, it's that blessing, but it also might sound like a curse. Her curse is that, sure, you get snowy powers and you can ignore the cold, but you're also under her dominion.
I don't believe that.
We should find out. Next person with bright blue eyes that we see, we'll kidnap them and force them to tell us all their secrets. It's a joke. I'm tired.
Bright blue eyes.
No, like magically emanating bright blue eyes that Were you born under Oral's blessing? That's what I meant.
When is that?
I don't know. When was Oral's day? When's Oral's day?
Midwinter Day.
Shut up, person in the walls. We don't talk about you.
You know this. It is a very famous day. People run naked through the streets of Luskin.
Do you say that? Yes.
Do you have the same bright blue emanation that Sephek did?
My eyes are blue.
I'm inquiring to the like. Do
Latin
I
kind of like gets up out of his chair and it creaks and you should go to sleep. It's late.
wait? You feel the cold? You wear furs.
Do wear furs.
Quiet you. Go to sleep. I go to my room. I agree with Latin.
Our weary adventurers head to bed for the final time.
The final. Oh no!
The final countdown.
The candle spilled over and it caught the barn on fire.
It's because
As
it's night
this time made of wax, Sephek Caltro rises from the candle.
Well, it's a very miniature version of him because there's not that much.
The fire's still regenerating. You guys rest through the night. It goes by uneventfully, and you wake a little bit late in the next day, having to wait for someone to get up and then also still take your full rest. You guys do have the benefits of a full long rest, and the day is yours.
Look at that.
I immediately set about addressing your bandage. And are we just people dudes? Like, when I wake up, does she still have a good cleft part of her body, or is she going to be...
We're heroes.
You are people of like heroicness. If there's ever a situation that wounds kind of stick around, it's almost more of a like morale, like psychological effect. Like if you're not feeling heroic, then you will heal more slowly, sort of thing. But you guys kind of all have that. You kind of all have that spark, and you know that you can in the matter of a day or even a couple days rest off most wounds that would be fatal for normal people.
So I recognize I just like, hey, DM, why don't you just explain the whole idea behind 5Es? How can you be better after a long rest? It's a very simple question. But
I think of it very similarly to like in anime they kind of hand wave it a lot, but like you have these situations where like in One Piece you have Zoro going on like a life or death fight where he's just completely fucked or whatever. He might wear bandages for like a couple of episodes afterwards, but for the most part, like once the conflict is over, as soon as you have time to dedicate to like revitalizing yourself, you're pretty good.
Except Zoro, who's always hurt all the time.
Except Zoro, who's always hurt all the time, but he does also heal incredibly quickly. And for him, and there was I forget what situation happened recently in a show I was watching. It was like a situation where Zoro saw someone get hurt, and he like saw Luffy get hurt, and he was just like, oh, don't worry, Luffy just needs to sleep it off. And then a couple episodes later, he saw someone else get hurt, and was like confused that they couldn't just sleep it off. So he actually like, because of his like lack of world awareness, like didn't actually realize that people don't just sleep off life-threatening wounds.
Why are you a cripple now? I don't understand. Why don't
Get up and walk, Timmy.
sleep and then your leg is fixed?
Yeah.
So I would go to your room and I would knock on the door to see if you're awake. And I enter.
I'm fully dressed and have my bandages covered, and I'm still sort of sitting up in bed.
Here to change the bandages.
Already did it.
What?
I did it myself.
That would be hard to articulate. Are you sure you don't need me to just review it to make sure it's set correctly?
Review mine. Sure. And I go like this, and it's done well.
Okay.
Did I miss a spot?
No. Impressive. Well done. Where are your discarded bandages?
Not in that little... Don't look at them.
I mean, it's just blood, right?
Well, but you just
You didn't throw it in the chamber pot, did you?
I didn't.
Okay. It just needs to be washed. That's all.
The trash receptacle.
It's just a yeah. I can take care of it. Take care.
Okay, clean it and sanitize it, and then if you give it back to me, I'll have it for future use. Thank you. You can leave the poultice and stuff. I don't really need that. If you don't know if you don't know the medical stuff you're looking at, then I'll take care of it. It's fine.
The spell is banned.
Take whatever you need. And yeah, I'll clean that cloth. Rappies, it's completely fine. I didn't mean to. There's a lot. Also, if I'm right, am I gonna be snow?
No.
It's not sliced open, but there's not snow.
Do you feel
inside
cold?
me.
Do you feel cold? No, like can you feel cold? Would you walk out in the snow without furs?
Huh?
Why don't you go do that? Why don't you go see if you have oral blessing? I should be able to tell. Do her eyes actually look like Sephek's?
Her eyes do not glow. They do
Okay.
not look like things.
No, you don't have Oral's blessing in that nature. You're fine. You have been cold before. In your life, I know you felt cold. But keep your furs on. I walk out of the room and shut the door. I go downstairs. Where's that damn continental breakfast she was asking about the other day that she got denied for?
No breakfast here.
Where do you go to get food here?
The same place that
Is it Three Flags Sailing?
Just wait up for me.
You're yelling. You're talking in your room up there, but you can hear me just being grumbly downstairs. Where's Latin at?
Probably downstairs.
Just sitting at the table? Alright, I'd pull up and sit next to you. What's the plan?
What's her name again?
Lynn?
Rosie Lynn.
Where would Lynn be?
Don't forget your silent H's, y'all.
Lynn. Sorry, my bad. Lynn. Yeah, what she had said. I mean, I'm really bad about this.
She told us that there's chapters in each of these cities, and they'll find us. But she didn't really
I
elaborate.
thought we were supposed to go back to meet her back at the place where we found it the first time.
She had told you that she would be in Bremen.
Yeah.
Oh, for a while.
When you guys were
Okay.
done, most likely.
Do we want to check out Garrett before we leave town?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind stopping by.
Also, good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Good day.
We need to not be here when Max Oldenar and his friendly guard and corrupted friend arrive. So, why don't we get a move on? Head out early. Say goodbye, grab a bite to eat, and then head back to Bremen. You agree?
But we need to talk.
He's a big man.
It's like baby farts every
No,
time.
it doesn't. It's wood crossing the wood.
Don't understand.
Listen, I think he should be commended because I don't know how he doesn't snap these chairs in half.
It's because his echo shoes.
No, I think he
Try.
I think you do a really good job.
We should go.
We should go. I stand up.
Sorry.
You guys are heading out of town, stopping by Garrett's place on the way.
I think Garrett's place, and then what is it, Three Flags Sailing or whatever? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Grab a small bit of food and then head out.
Looked it up with a little bit of magnets.
He sets it down too hard and then pushes angles on it, he'll snap legs. Maybe that's why he scrapes.
I was thinking if we could go to a dinner party together.
I don't think I have to worry about a dinner party of any nature that he wouldn't fit in all of the Icewind Dale. Based on my experience so far.
Party with us. And like, we can make a trip. I think you would look rather nice in a suit.
Do you know what he looks like under those furs?
I do not.
And then that is very forward to say that he would look nice in a suit.
Of armor.
I could see him in armor.
Me too.
Well, to get armor, which is a very noble pursuit, we need money. And let's go collect our reward.
Yeah, you guys can make your way through the town completely unabated. You make your way up towards Keegan and Garrett's place. They're doing well. Garrett has basically made a full recovery at this point. He is no longer he has no lasting damage, and their spirits seem to be very high. They're very happy to see you guys, and they.
Did we interrupt something? I'm so sorry.
What was it? Rough love or tough love?
Big love.
Big love.
Big love.
Big love.
They
Almost.
Keegan kind of giggles, and Garrett kind of gives you a half stern look. And no, you weren't interrupting anything.
We don't wish to implicate anything upon anyone. However, if you could just keep your ears open for rumors and new gossip in the town as it unfolds, I'd be much appreciated.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
All right. Perfect. And I leave a couple silver in place
Okay.
on their table.
They do happily take it.
Also,
Thank you. We can't thank you all enough.
How's Boy doing?
Boy's good.
Were the rest of the dogs yours?
Yes, they were.
They probably recovered them, right?
Oh yeah, they would have actually.
Yeah.
I was just thinking.
Just said.
We
We left them in the
Boy recovered a little faster than the rest of them, but they're all on their way back. So,
Yeah, well, some of the silver that I pushed over, I say trade them off.
although I don't think I will be climbing any mountains anytime soon. Maybe take a little bit of a break.
just snackies.
Certainly, we have there's a big bag that's half open right next to the door. Try.
Not for people, but for the puppies.
That's what I thought you meant.
Oh, that's a big puppy bag of treats and puppy.
A lot of puppies.
Use some long. Yeah, I guess you need a big bag.
Would you like to feed them? They're just the kennels are just right outside the door there.
Are they going to bite me?
Don't think so. He kind of
If you're gonna do it, do it quickly.
gives a slight.
Just kidding.
Latin reaches up and grabs the bag first.
Snacky, snatchy. Alright.
You guys make your way out the side door into a open yard area that has kind of similar to it's not the stables. It's a middle point between stables and chicken coops sort of thing, the open floor plan chicken coops that just kind of have the overhang, and a little bit of hay on the ground, where the snow is mostly melted away in a specific spot or shoveled away, so that they're actually on solid ground. And there's, I believe it was a total of 9 dogs, counting Boy. And they're all very nice, very happy to see you guys, especially seeing.
I stay outside of the kennel and pretty far away. They don't go in at all.
Yeah.
Latin very quickly realizes that in order to pet the dogs, he needs both hands, and hands the bag of treats to you.
I don't want.
I put it at your feet, and then I walk over towards the dogs, and reach over the fence, and I'm just big rub.
You can do so. You are left standing with the bag.
I bring the bag towards the door, and then I just link my way back.
There's a good 3 or 4 dogs that are actively, totally marked in on you, and because you were the last one to touch the treats.
What's the matter, Neil? You were so excited to do it just a second ago.
And
He's preoccupied.
he's big rubbing the puppers.
When we're like far enough away, he seemed pretty down last night, and I knew we were on our way out of town, so I wanted to swing by here because the last time that I saw him happy was with the bird, and before that it was with the dog.
Yeah, he seems pretty excited right now. But there's 9 dogs. We can treat them.
Dogs.
That's rude of you. And I walk over to the back and I pick up the treats and I accept some.
Set. I mean,
Well, they do right now. It's a moral boost to my emotional support. I hand over some of the treats.
You guys can spend as much time as you wish
anytime
hanging
you
out with
walk
these
into
puppies.
the-
They're very sweet. Mila continues to awkwardly avoid them, but the dogs are very, very sweet, and you're gonna spend a little time with them.
Then I cast Thunderwave.
Oh,
Just
no.
spray out the treats everywhere.
Yeah.
That's why you are DMing. We get to have animals.
And an avalanche hits. And, so yeah, you guys spend a little bit of time with the dogs. Garrett and he both say that they'll keep it. If there's any kind of strange going abouts.
Once I see them start to like over people, I'll go get the back. That's enough snackies.
That was 2 snacks. There's 9 dogs. Give it back and I grab some.
That's it. That's it. That's it. And I go before things.
Well, speaking of, ready to go grab some? Done? Oh. It was good seeing you again. We'll be around.
So
Enjoy it. Stay safe.
Do our very best.
Head over to 3 Flags Day.
You guys head over to Three Flags Sailing. Pretty uninterrupted. This is kind of a time of day where there's not a ton of business. If you're fishing, yeah.
What is?
If you're
dead
fishing,
right now, right?
if you're fishing, you're probably on manual laboring it all in the tavern. Yeah, you guys can get a couple dishes, probably just like 2 coffee for some food. Today is a stew.
We're looking forward to a knucklehead sandwich.
the ever elusive knuckle sandwich. It's not here in another castle. As you guys kind of head out, taking your leave to head towards back towards Bremen, you do hear as you're walking out of the town, you hear the sound of a dwarf woman whose voice you recognize as Thor, kind of yelling at, presumably at some workers who are, as you kind of look down, look the alley, some of the arch front of the tree. There's some workers loading a cart, and she's yelling at them, and you hear her explain something like, Sephek, that lazy bastard, why is it slow? She doesn't notice you were taking it. It's pretty busy right now. And you guys can make your way to Bremen just fine.
You wanted to be familiar with that. No, you're not looking. We plan on doing something. That's been a good week. After my adventures back, we find blue books.
I'm so mad at this adventure. He's like done nothing but he's like, alright, I've read all the books. I'm completely prepared for the adventuring life that has gone out to be an adventure. Oh shit, this shit's real hard.
I've read the dictionary back and forth a few times. If you just think about it, all other books are in the room of the dictionary.
All beliefs like this.
No, the alphabet, you know them all.
Put in different orders. It's crazy.
You didn't cover the states.
Space.
Latin is very lucid today. Rolled high on the decks.
And an argument about calculus.
Differential equations.
Honestly, calculus is
Mostly wizards.
oh, that's what it is.
Harry.
Wizards one college.
They both did. And apparently introductory to magic, which is a prerequisite for the course.
Art actually skipped introductory. He's like, I don't need that. I can just go straight to Wizard
Well,
101.
so
I read the book.
they offered a number of electives, and he was just like, that prestidigitation, he didn't really quite understand the full gravity of how much it is just useful. But I'm going to go with the message class instead. They taught me the message. Kind of.
So
Actually, art does not do that.
you guys make your way back, arrive back in Bremen. The pathway is a little bit rougher now that you've kind of traveled a little bit more in the vicinity of the 10 towns. You do note that the path from Targos to Bremen is notably rougher, closer to just traveling over open country. Travel, which takes you a little bit longer than you would expect, but you do make it to Bremen completely on falter.
I'm sorry to say this stopped.
Guys, where are you going to?
The Yemen.
You guys do know that you had previously met Lynn in the inn there.
One of the 5 taverns of the inn. The inn is
one of the 5 taverns. Sorry, yes, you did meet her in the tavern.
Even keel.
Even keel. There you go. And presuming that you guys do head back towards the even keel, you actually find the bar completely cleared out. There is one table in the back that has a small group of people in it. There's no bartender here. You see Liz.
We rented out the whole tavern for the birthday celebration.
You see Lynn sitting at the table with a couple of other people as you walk. You see a very heavily cloaked person who has a longbow leaned up against the table. A person who is still wearing some like hunting furs. Kind of looks like a more typical kind of 10 count. Whereas Lynn, being a dwarf, doesn't stand out too much, but this heavily robed person actually does stand out. One more person with blonde hair and tan skin is currently fiddling, tuning a lute. As soon as you walk in, he kind of looks up. Oh, you're all back. It's great. Did you handle the situation? Tell me about it. Love to hear. She gestures to the seat. You see the other 2 that are at the table don't look up or engage you particularly, but the hooded figure is trying.
Comfortable to tell that in the setting?
Yes. She stands up and like clears off a portion of the table. There's some like papers and stuff on the table.
I try and like take a quick glance at those papers.
They're maps.
I take more of a glance at considering the
maps. You can see their maps. There's kind of a general map of Icewind Dale. You see there was.
I get that map.
Yeah, you don't get that. You see there was some like there's some currently scribbled out, but something was written over the area where Targos is, and you see a big X in the map in the area where Targos is.
And I find out. How about you divulge a little bit of information for us? What are those X's?
My friends were tracking another infant. Met more gruesome end than you all. Try to do our best to keep tabs on the goings on. Things they would ask me some questions around in Cargos and then went off on an adventure and never came back.
Glad that was up the walk to the table. Sitting down, kind of like awkwardly stands, like shuffling his feet a little bit next to the group, but off.
Oh, was it Sephek? Did you kill him?
We found that it was Sephek, yeah. And we found that he was still behind all the X and caught him in India. A little bit of needing.
Heard that he's not necessarily shy about being of a fourth band. Gives you something that you excitedly see her brain is currently undone, and she definitely seems like she's gotten a big burst in it.
So, I have questions. Like, is Torg actually implicated in this? Because unfortunately, the way that Seth announced it, he said that he tracks down people who skipped out on the sacrifice role, and then furthermore, it wasn't a random craft. It was a property. Speaker of it, pretty heavily.
Hooded figure speaks up and says, a deeper voice than you expect. Torg turned a blind eye. His actions were. Torg isn't. He chose to.
You think that they wanted to it's been seen.
He saw him as well. That's a good moment.
Maxildenard is overreaching. Speaker did it. It was definitely Maxildenard who wanted our quarry house.
Toward something. Lynn is.
She kicks in the door. I'm everything.
Lynn is kind of like under the table, in a small chest, and it's grabbing. Pops them onto. I mean, here's oh yeah. I think some introductions are in order.
This was going up to did save another murder bill.
Persuasion check.
Perfect at these. Let me tell you what. Got a 4.
The fellow who is tuning the lute just kind of laughs the suggestion. The
Sorry,
I said maybe a bonus for saving the work. Well, they just walked right into the inn.
It was actually the group of sled dogs that followed us all the way from. Like, you had more treats.
Yeah. Lad, did you take some treats on you? Wait, they're sniffing my pocket. Maybe I had treats. Jenny,
So
please go lay down.
you, Lynn says, I think it's maybe time for some introduction. So you know, I'm Lynn. We are the
Featherdale.
ex-heroic 10-towner civility coalition for betterment of settlements and protection of northern.
That's why you don't put your name. That's so damn long.
We're a group who operate here in the 10 towns, and a good number of us are formerly associated with the Harper's Guild. And we are retired, or in some cases not so retired. The specifics don't matter too much, but we have been trying to make a better life for people. But we can.
So the League of Extraordinary.
It's road 10 pounds to build people to develop it.
You have an acronym for that? Gotta come up with something. Let's. Anyways,
she kind of like glares at the fellow who's tuning the loop. It's like.
I understand their plight all too well.
I want to align myself with you guys, but if I can't say my own stuff, it's not. Do you happen to know and insert the name of the door that I didn't personally have?
Yes.
His name was something else.
Oh, right.
What? Yes, actually. He was, we had him planted in Targos. He was investigating. So, for starters, he was a perfect fit. That's wonderful. That's great, actually. Really, really good. So, for starters, we're not asking for you guys to sign your allegiance away or anything like that. We might have occasional help that you can give to you, and you guys might have occasional help that you can give to us. We're mostly behind the scenes folks. We don't do too much front line. But we do have contact with people in lots of times. Each kind of he lifts the chest up high and digs around in it a little bit and pulls out palm-sized rock. It's completely smooth and polished. Pulls one out of her pocket as well, and she speaks into it, and both rocks kind of light up, and you see the one wearing the person wearing the heavy furs who hasn't really taken much action. Because immediately looks at her and like rolls their eyes and covers their ears, because immediately you hear a reverberation effect as Lynn speaks into it's like check 1 2, and the other rock lights up and says check 1 2. You also hear coming from the other people at the tables kind of pocket area. You start hearing it, and the rocks kind of start reverberating back and forth until it's just like sorry.
Like mic feedback.
It takes one of the stones out, like slides it across the table at you guys. Seriously, we really appreciate it. If you guys ever need anything from one of us, we have people stationed around. As far as Targos, I have some questions. I'll let Jin handle this, and the person in the hood kind of takes their hood off. You see the very, very sleek features of a high elf who is kind of has a light blonde hair, very, very light, fine blonde, black cloak that fades into dark blue. Targets those. We're not entirely sure, but messengers and
people associated with us, more heavily people associated with the harbors, all the spies, executed. We believe that Maxildenar has ties with some faction of the Zental, trying to actively create a chokehold. Runs hard bargains. With Korg on his side, it's hard to argue. Can be a vicious man, but the people still like him. For the most part, believe when he says that he has their best interests. Does Art have any? Does Art have any knowledge about this in time?
Give me a history check. You are hailing from the Luskin area. Nat 20. You've done dealings with them. You know that while not all of the Zentarum are like completely thugs, the majority of them are very happy to go through underhand means to get what they want. And you have actually heard rumors of this, that the Zentarum of late has really been trying to get large economic footholds. You know, they've done a lot of dealings in Luskin, although they've been mostly thwarted their efforts in Luskin itself. But you know, in areas surrounding it, they just don't stop.
Okay, so Art's been all over them, so
yeah. And you've heard of them, their dealings with them.
So then it would be rational for me to know that winged serpents into the messaging system.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then he definitely took note of Maxildenar receiving it when the window opened.
You weren't actually there. They would have told you.
Oh, wasn't
You were attacking. Fine. That was when they were staging the parliament.
Oh, I thought I was there in the beginning when we heard that.
That's right.
How we don't know.
To the best of our knowledge. Yeah, I feel like this is the point. You were talking. Then, but I don't think.
Oh yeah, so the whole flying snakes thing.
Yes. So very traditional. He keeps them mental state. But fortunately, a lot of our members we've sent to take residence up in bound down the way. He told him not to go. Decided to go anyway. To the best of our knowledge, their reach doesn't extend too far out. So, Ford scared them.
The murder be his extensive reach then?
I think from what we've gathered from Sephek, while working for had committed plenty of murders on his own, but outside of the ones that he was specifically people dodging, people who were dodging sacrifices. Of those were mostly his own. In Argos, sacrifices are being assuaged by Maxildenar. Sacrifices are either nobodies or people who get on the wrong side. For the most part, speakers are good. The speaker here is a little too old.
However, I would imagine that the squall that you choose to do like on, and if you find out Ooh, without Sephek, we might find ourselves up on that list. What's it? We'll keep an eye out for the best of you.
Because your original payment of going to go find a serial killer and take him out it didn't include any hazard pay, as it wasn't a hazardous activity.
Hazard pay for it getting in that. It's one thing. Hazard pay is the life. Why are your eyes shaped like gold pieces? There's a lot of parallels.
Oh, I was like, fish? The League of Legends?
I was a navigator, mostly cartographer, an actor, fame, and fortune and glory. There's a lot of parallels. You can see that.
Just do a quick check. We if you know, we'll keep an eye out on that people following Borg's fairly closely. What led us on to Borg herself, while far from it, hide up in these specific areas. If Borg has a lot of pull, if you all start noticing hostilities, price gouging, hopefully you will all be careful. Did you dispose of the body?
Ha! Okay. It's like, well, the thing was palace snake. And when you pick it, it was flat.
What do you mean?
After you'll give him a money. Start from your
Who's a silent?
So you're not the suit.
I mean, we'll know for certain the killing stopped. But yes, we have people who are a little bit more educated on that kind of thing. Not sure if he was some kind of minion of or was truly just a person who receives a blessing for situations.
So what was the pay that we got, by the way?
100 gold.
100 gold. Nice.
Have you
What?
have you seen other people of all the blessings be entered? I'm
Not sure. Can't say that I have. But
and we in one. There's going to be a layer of the snow. It wasn't easy. I think I saw bits of flesh or something at some point in there. You? Nothing?
Latin kind of like nudges art.
he nods over to the one. Stands up and there's you don't see any glow from the eyes. Although I will keep that in mind for you. He stands up. There's a question. Do you ever find yourself Terry kind of bows moves out the out the thing, and you see Lynn has been kind of like fiddling with one of the rocks.
Nice.
Bangs it on the table a little bit
Less sophisticated magic.
and listens to it and puts the one that she has back in her pocket. These are slightly modified sending stone. The kind of caliber, that one, yeah. They can do that to like talk to specific people. Otherwise, they just kind of like send out to a whole bunch of people. Although I don't know how to calibrate them, so if you ever need help, probably reach one of us on one of those.
Take one, give a good glance over.
It does seem to be a sending stone where the magic has been modified to basically be like a chat. It's a sending stone Discord. And
Everyone's just gonna, oh, that was so funny.
thumbs up emoji.
Please.
But if you're ever needing any help, like I said, we have people who can send people.
Well, we are in need of work.
If you're in need of more work right now, that was kind of my big thing. You check the Echo was walking around, rally the fishermen.
How many people do you have on the account?
Trying. Really, really doesn't get the whole fisherman vibe. Very, very soft spoken. Doesn't. Also, stops the. Prince. Yeah, you guys can help with that. But honestly, if you're looking for more work currently, I'd probably say that the British just stones throw away from cargoes, pass back through. We're still kind of don't really have any actionable items in cargoes currently, but come up with something. Said word. Yes.
I mean, we kind of did accept money in return for healing the lake. It's one. No, that was the fish. You bumped the boat and flowed into the water. There's something more to it, too. It made weird noise that you wouldn't expect to swim up to. He yelled like a human.
Well,
usually people who don't want to talk to you. I'm impressed with a lot of things. Wrong. Right. What?
I've seen a lot of things with glowing eyes, but in the platform, it doesn't. They are all made of snow. Sometimes you have
No. People with oral blessing have a very particular magical coating of glowing eyes, and only one of those that we've met so far from the second. So it's not. I want to know if that is a similar feature of all people with oral blessing.
Well, obviously, we figured it out. And when I've learned when you're talking.
There are probably more people like Sephek. And I want to know the frequency at which those people are going to be under the. Also, out of this was confusing. But anyone born on a particular day is considered to be under oral blessing, which is a lot of people. You know. But Latin has never seen oral blessing. So there's like just some kind of distinction between people that are under oral blessing, which is a lot of people, and people that have these like special powers.
Also,
Yeah.
just
Also, does oral blessing extend beyond the Dale? Like,
Yes.
okay. So
Oral's blessing, in this context, there's not an incredible amount of people who are born on Midsummer.
7.
Yeah, but there's enough for it to be noticeable, and you do on occasion. That's kind of the point of the Sephek thing is kind of it's very believable to the average person that he's walking around and not wearing any winter clothes, and he's like, oh yeah, I was born on this day, I received the blessing of Oral. It's like, oh yeah, I've heard that that's a thing that exists. That's completely reasonable. And that's kind of, one of the things that happen. Not necessarily that everyone born on that day is just like super evil or super devoted to Oral or anything like that. In a lot of parts of the world, it just never even comes up. Where it's just like, oh yeah, I have this like innate like resistance to cold damage. This innate resistance to the cold in general. I guess it's because people tell me it's because I was born on this special day, like whatever. It's kind of how that plays out. It's kind of like receiving a like slight blessing from you. It's a day that Oral has a lot of influence over, so anyone born on that day kind of gets this baseline resistance to elements. But anything beyond that, you guys don't say.
you do have resistance to cold. Can you walk outside without freezing?
I said I would try that. Just try to get lost my face.
No, you can wear your normal clothing. There's just furs that keep you insulated and traps the wind. You did. Were you not freezing cold when you got out of the lake? Oh my god. If your eyes start glowing, I'm going to be really upset.
I've been cut and I was bleeding.
Yeah,
Listen.
Okay, clearly we're off to the wrong end.
Obviously, that's what I'm saying. Is wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I'm just using the words in a different description than what you're used to. Sephek is something special and particular about him.
Big glowy eyes.
Something special.
No, that's really trivial to the matter. You can do. We're all special snowflakes.
We are.
He himself was more. That's what I'm getting at.
Pile of stuff.
Yeah.
Eventually. Do you know that? What if you could just reanimate them under some other pile? Magic is pretty expensive. Anyways. And that's usually about the side of magic. I don't study those things so much. Anyways.
You don't.
No. Yeah, normally people, when they fall into the lake like that, they die.
They're kind of they're going over the Lynn and going over they're marking the interval you guys said that you had met Sephek. Maybe Knocker will know something.
So let me go.
Yeah. Just kind of as a reintroduction to them being at the table. And they're kind of poring over the notes. Yeah. We can get a message. Yeah, we'll give them a message over. See if they. Trying to get snow before, unless they're not in person. Hey, did the Sephek Calco fellow, like, they're all alive, so I'm assuming there was no big, like, fireballs, cones of cold, walls of any sort.
Sword.
Okay. So, I mean, nothing, probably not one of these. I've seen a lot of them. I don't know. We'll figure something.
That's some high level magic. I've read about that once. A long time ago.
I've killed one. Pain in the ass. But that was a long time ago. I don't think that this is one of those. Otherwise, probably just.
Yeah, he probably would have murdered.
I think he might have. Yeah. So we have a fellow who is currently residing in the House of the Morning Lord. Might be able to help if you guys do end up heading over to bring Chandler. His name's Copper Nobber. Copper Nobber.
Nothing? Say his name.
What's the thing that you always do? Cinnamon and lemon. Copper Knobberknocker. Copper Knobberknocker. Double check to make sure. Copper Knobberknocker. Yes. Copper Knobberknocker. That's it.
5 times fast.
Copper. That's his name. He lives in the House of Morning Lord. He knows a decent amount of. He's kind of my go-to clerical fella. Might be able to. Might know something about this kind of situation.
We could talk to him. This might not be it. We need to go. I put in the stage, but walk over. But, I feel like divulging any of why you don't want to be on the lake.
We're heading to the village. Job.
Exactly.
Yep. Glad to know that that exists. So you head most likely over to streets, which is the shop that Ruby's stepfather, adopted father, runs. Heading that way, you do heading inside. The room is very, very bright. The light kind of bouncing back and forth off of various mirrors and trinkets and like kind of gadgets and gizmos. You know that this place used to be a treasure shop where people would sell the goods that they had dug up out of the chimney. But now it is much more of a kind of just like eccentric trinkets. There are some like gemstones of various qualities, crystal, small crystal chandeliers, situations, walls, very, very bright, lots of very earthy kind of reds and purples light up the as you walk in, Rumi is actually behind you. Sees you all coming. Oh, hey guys, how's your back? You expect me to be back, so how's it going? Comes in for
It's less of a season.
Rumi probably doesn't notice because too much is too much regardless. But it's too nice to say anything about it. The scale is different for you. Small half elf. So Rumi, did you coming back to the picture? Oh, are you okay?
I'm going to be fine. Fault I cracked and so guilty. It's delightful.
That's amazing. You all made it back okay.
It's a good word for this life. Nothing.
But that's pretty. I mean, it's a little less exciting, but kind of old. It's a little less exciting. My dogs are really cool.
We saved them. That's when fled from his family. All them, but
How have been trying to get people together? Think that the new poster that they're going to be handing out is going to be pretty network. Because they didn't have the right like information on like it's good to see you too.
so I spoke to
I was running the check as to whether or not you changed that. I remember that he was wearing green clothes.
That was significant.
you. Seem to take offense that you wore green that day.
It was
I was wondering how often
What
did you change
explain
color?
himself to?
Oh, because he. I'm making a twist on the colors.
That is wax.
You asked me the story. Anyways, has there been a forward? You had to visit the site.
Right.
Unless they're not. And then they're really good magicians. Huh. Let me teach you about augury sometime. You'll get a kick.
You know, what that one guy, with the
Anyways, has there been any stories about the previous horse since we've been going for nearly a 10 days?
like, there's been another attack, like, the really outfield, but
Yes, we did.
Well, let's go find them.
don't have to what I vials though. You can empty those out, and there's like a big, row of like sand on vials, so multicolored sand. It's like a shelf. No, no.
So, did you make those?
Yeah.
Oh, don't find it out there.
I felt kind of bad they were the last of that vial.
I'm gonna leave you. Where's Talia at? If I leave the shop.
Leaving the shop, it's a pretty small town. It doesn't take very long to get away. You do see Tally handing out pamphlets down by the dogs, just being completely ignored. But
Oh, it doesn't take long for you to get around.
oh, hello.
I'm back and
Kind
with
kind of like-
vengeance.
Hey, and he's like, there's a very like crudely drawn plesiosaurus on it.
This is the updated information.
and it's just like brave souls needed, protect your community.
Flip it over to the back. Is there anything on this than just bravery, community? Those are good phrases.
It was Tally's idea. I was mostly going by word of mouth before, but
Sure.
but
Round two.
back.
Yeah.
Do you have a boat?
We need a boat.
Sure, we can.
We'll go. Handle the plesiosaurus this time.
If you would
There's a little bit.
if you would advise after previous experiences, I don't want to be stinky for days after. And wonder if I've not something to get a potion from.
What shop are in this town? In this town, there aren't a ton of shops. There's the taverns, the inn, and the trinket shop. You all having spent a decent amount of time throughout all. There's no like potion in this shop.
The possibility. We couldn't handle enough of that really well, much less than. Hey, Featherfoot, you see us coming back? So, about that though.
Yeah, Tally goes down to the boathouse area / dog. Has some words with people working with. He seems very annoyed that Tally's even talking to them. But then Tally produces a small coin pouch. Seems to move along the conversation. Tally coming back and points to one of the boats about the same size and make as the one previously. A little bit smaller, but it's fully functioning boat.
All right.
This time, I think I'm gonna do it differently. I'm gonna top myself with rope, and then I'm gonna attach it to the boat.
You have a dagger?
Well, in case I fall out.
Right, but do you have a dagger? Or something?
I've got my glaive and my handbags.
Alright.
It's simple and light, and I'm proficient with rifle.
I hand you a dagger. Use this if you need to cut the better than. Listen, if the ship goes down and you start getting pulled under, you don't want to have to figure the hand out and try and hit a rope. You want to do the Yeah. If he speak himself.
This makes sense.
Absolutely.
Right. I got rope, onto the line.
Yes. This art is okay, but there's other things in this folder that are
I'm
not for.
staring deeply into your eyes to see if I can see the reflection of the screen off of your pupils.
These eyes are glowing blue. Ah, attack him! He'll turn to snow.
It's okay, it's just detect magic. Y'all are weird about this. This one. As we may remember, there's a monster in the lake.
We also want to do the little where we sit up there next to the guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is happening with the mic security. You seem to be struggling a little bit more as the session's gone on, but I think some of that might have just been like background noise related. I think the turning down the TV is what helped last time.
Testing. Hello.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. And I think as long as we keep ourselves talking and not tired, main. But yeah, we can get you guys out onto the water. Are you fishing this time? Okay.
Yes, we are fishing this time.
Fishing. How are you fishing? Who's fishing? What you doing?
Set out a line and very much ready to hand it over to her. In fact, I cast it and then I just hand it to you. Pretty simple, I think you got it.
I'm excited. I want to do better than what I did last
This
time.
time, we're not going to let it exist. We're going to hit immediately. You don't want to walk away with the snow on this.
If you're not playing, try to fish, then the fishing rules on page 11. Okay. Survival check, I believe is what it takes. Yes, survival check, first of all.
9.
9 on the survival check. No fish are caught during this first little bit of time. Go ahead and give me another survival check, though. You're kind of striking out currently on the fish
It's
situation.
only 2 strikes so far.
However, let me check. Dun, 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 dun. Here in Bremen, think about the things in Bremen. During your first period of time, you don't encounter anything. But during the second period of time, you do, in the course of your second hour, you do encounter that same dark shape moving under the water again. What do you do?
What was our plan of attack?
We chum the water, actually. So I take the fish bait and so that we had gathered, and I mince it up and I dump it overboard.
Okay. Mincing up the chum in the water, you see the dark shape kind of go under your boat again. It doesn't seem to be distracted or allured or anything by the chum in the water.
This is our signature.
Oh, you're magical. Do you have speak with animals?
No. Wrong kind of magic.
Is it like evil kind of magic?
What?
If it's the wrong kind of magic.
No, that's just more like primordial or druidic, like nature-based. I'm more of the arcane sorts.
You do something like magical. So is it?
If I could see him, I could cast magic missile on him.
If you can touch it, can you light it up?
No.
Why can't you cast light?
Look at you! Have you been looking at my arcane books? Get away from them.
I don't understand. You can't speak with animals and you can't cast light.
Lady, there are thousands of spells. I can only know a few. You have to study them meticulously and stay on top of them or you forget them.
Oh.
I attempt to use a message on it when it comes to the next 120 feet. I know of its whereabouts. I know of it, and I did hear something humanistic towards it. And technically, it doesn't even need to understand a language.
Okay. The Plesiosaurus, very similar to last time, as you guys kind of remember from last time, it had circled under you a little bit and then rammed the boat and then like reached its head up and went to attack. It comes by again and breaches his head up and does that familiar, like, looks at you and looks at the boat and starts moving into the boat. At that moment, you cast message, and what do you say?
Say... hello, can you understand this? Is this thing on?
The reptilian head kind of stops mid attack, and its head kind of turns directly towards you, and you hear in common,
Or like
actually
physically shakes on the head just
out loud in common. You hear a, "I'm listening."
Ah, very well. Let's have a dialogue.
And that's where we're going to end the session for today.
Sweet.
Perfect time.
Let's go.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's see if we've got a raid target, but we will be back next Sunday doing the same kind of shenanigans. We're going to see what's up with this Plesiosaurus. And congrats, y'all, on beating Sephek Caltro.
We did it.
I said this off stream last time, but on stream this time, you all, after this next little segment, you guys will be level 2 in this boat currently, but after that, you all will be level 3. So
That
have
means
those ready for next week.
I'm already level 3 because I'm not in the boat. Let's go.
Yeah. You're currently
Sisto.
training to level 3. You're power leveling in the woods.
He's chopping up some
I'm
logs.
chopping trees.
Alrighty. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, and we will send a raid and hang out for it if you want to.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.